Chapter 689. Playing the Devil. How can there be so many Ultimate Emperor Realm experts? It's impossible for Seaside Country to have so many Ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Yu Wufang's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he stared at the numerous figures that had appeared in the sky above the inn. His eyes were filled with deep shock. In his field of vision, the number of figures in the sky had already reached over 100. Moreover, Yu Wufang discovered that there were quite a few experts with terrifying auras hidden in the shadows as well. So many Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were actually hidden in the capital of Seaside Country. Yu Wufang couldn't imagine it at all. Moreover, he discovered that there were quite a few auras that were even stronger than his. They were at least at the early stage of the fourth will Ultimate Emperor Realm. These people are here for the three of them. Yu Wufang's gaze shifted slightly. He could also sense that these cultivators who had suddenly appeared in the sky above the inn seemed to be targeting Zhuowen's group. Yu Wufang felt more and more that Zhuowen's group was mysterious. They definitely weren't simple if they could be surrounded by so many Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the close to 200 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators in the sky. His gaze turned incomparably cold. Finally, the hidden participants couldn't help but make a move. In the sky, the three figures with the strongest auras stood in front of all the cultivators. They had their hands crossed over their chests as they silently looked down at Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with ridicule. Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the three figures. His eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized them. They were the number 1 geniuses of Ganmeng County, South Maple County, and Chuangui County respectively. Gan Ning, Lu Yifeng, and Xiao Jietian. It was obvious that the surrounding geniuses were from these 3 counties. From the looks of it, their attitude towards Zhuowen's group wasn't very friendly. Gan Ning, Lu Yifeng, and Xiao Jietian didn't have high rankings on the Green Emperor leaderboard. Among them, Gan Ning was ranked the highest at number 20. The other 2 were on par with Luo Xing or even slightly weaker. Zhuowen, Qinglian, and Luoxing of Muqin County? Gan Ning looked down. Though it was a question, his tone was certain. Gan Ning, Lu Yifeng, and Xiao Jietian, what is the meaning of this? Luo Xing raised her head slightly and shouted coldly. What do you mean? We have been observing the 3 of you in the dark for a long time. You have been out for so long, but it seems that there are no other companions following you. Hee. Does this mean that in the capital of Bianhai Country, there are only the 3 of you in Muqin County? Lu Yifeng said in a strange tone. Are you planning to deal with us? Stomping his foot, Zhuowen raised his head and coldly stared at Gan Ning and the other 2. His voice rumbled like thunder and resounded through the world. Gan Ning and the other 2's expressions changed slightly as they stared at Zhuowen with fear. They had witnessed Zhuowen's powerful performance in Drunken Spring Pavilion. The seemingly harmless young man before them had terrifying power within him. He was far stronger than Lve Tao and was the undisputed number 1 genius of Muqin County. Though the 3 were wary of Zhuowen, they had more than 200 people on their side, while Zhuowen only had 3. The difference in numbers was too great. So what if Zhuowen was strong? They had more than enough people to kill Zhuowen alone. Zhuowen, I know you are strong, but there are only 3 of you while we have 200 people. I think you are smart people, right? Hand over the mark on your palm and we won't make things difficult for you, Gan Ning said coldly and loftily. They had 200 people while Zhuowen only had 3. In Gan Ning's mind, there was no suspense in this battle. Zhuowen and the other 2 would obediently hand over the mark. The thought of eliminating a powerhouse like Zhuowen gave Gan Ning and the other 2 a perverted sense of pleasure. Who do you think you are? You want us to hand over the mark? Zhuowen said mockingly with a smirk. What? You don't want to hand it over? Gan Ning's expression froze as he looked down at Zhuowen with a strange expression. Boom! With a flick of Zhuowen's finger, the demon-suppressing green coffin hidden within his spirit ring was immediately taken out. Shortly after, Zhuo held the green coffin with both hands. With a sudden movement, the green coffin silently stood before Zhuo. Now I can tell you the truth. 2 months ago, young Master Liuyun of Lifire County led 50 geniuses in an attempt to kill me. In the end, they were all killed by me. I think you'd better think carefully before making a decision. Otherwise, you'll pay a heavy price when the time comes. After all, we haven't entered the heart of darkness yet. It won't do us any good to fight now. Standing before the green coffin, Zhuowen's eyes were cold as his black hair danced in the wind. What? You killed young Master Liuyun? You eliminated all the geniuses of Lifire County? Gan Ning and the other two narrowed their eyes as they stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. Young Master Liuyun was ranked 13th on the Green Emperor board, and he had led 50 geniuses of Lifire County. Not only was he unable to kill Zhuowen, but he was killed instead? Instantly, the 200 people in the air were all bewildered. Even the Lihua prefecture was unable to deal with Zhuowen. It would be even more difficult for them. At that time, they might even lose their lives. Nonsense. Young Master Liuyun is not that easy to deal with. Moreover, he led 50 geniuses of Lifire County. Such a lineup is enough to challenge one Ao Shui. Although Zhuowen is strong, he is not that strong. This is a lie that you made up. Gan Ning snorted as he stared at Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with coldness. He did not believe that Zhuowen could kill so many geniuses of Lifire County, including young Master Liuyun. It's up to you to believe it or not. I will only give you one chance. If you retreat now, I, Zhuowen, will not pursue the matter. However, if you don't retreat, I, Zhuowen, will kill you. I will not tolerate it. As he spoke, Zhuowen slapped the green coffin. Instantly, a small crack appeared on the coffin's lid, and a mountain-like pressure leaked out. Zhuowen raised his head, his messy hair fluttering in the wind, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. The 200 people in the sky narrowed their eyes. Zhuowen was too arrogant. They clearly outnumbered Zhuowen, but he still dared to be so arrogant. He even threatened to kill all of them if they did not retreat. However, there were indeed many cultivators who secretly retreated under Zhuowen's imposing aura, revealing timid looks on their faces. Many cultivators had also heard some rumors about Zhuowen, so they subconsciously felt some fear towards Zhuowen. Gan Ning and the other two also realized that many of the cultivators behind them had been intimidated by Zhuowen. Gan Ning snorted and said, "This Zhuowen is just bluffing. There are 3 of them and 200 of us. How can they withstand such a great disparity? If anyone dares to retreat, I, Gan Ning, will not spare them. In our county, the 3 of us can influence the distribution of the forces behind you. If you don't want to implicate your family, you'd better obey our orders." When Gan Ning said that, the cultivators who were about to retreat were stunned. Gan Ning's words were ruthless. He had actually used their families to threaten them. It was really ruthless. Bluffing? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Gan Ning had really underestimated him. Gan Ning and the other two led a large number of cultivators. However, whether it was in terms of strength or quality, they were far inferior to the Lihua County geniuses led by young Master Liuyun. What was the use of having so many people? Soon, you will know whether I, Zhuowen, am bluffing or not. After saying that, Zhuowen patted the demon's suppressing green coffin again. The lid of the coffin opened by a third. With Zhuowen as the center, dozens of miles of the coffin turned into a gravitational field. The surrounding ground shattered into countless pieces of gravel. Surrounded by countless floating rocks, Zhuowen looked like a demon or a god in high spirit. Qing Lian and Luo Xing did not interfere. Ever since Zhuowen had slaughtered young Master Liuyun and 50 other geniuses of Lihua County, they knew that Zhuowen's strength was far beyond their imagination. Acting all mysterious. Let's attack together and kill this Zhuowen. Gan Ning snorted coldly. He immediately followed Lu Yifeng and Xiao Jietian to lead nearly 200 geniuses. Like moths to a flame, they flew towards Zhuowen. The densely packed crowd was like countless falling meteors. They practically blotted out the sky. A terrifying aura spread over the entire capital, causing space to shatter into countless pieces. Rumble! A terrifyingly loud thunder-like noise resounded across the entire capital. Immediately, all the practitioners within the capital were attracted by this frightening commotion. All of them came out to look at the strange phenomenon in the sky above Qing Xian Inn. When they saw the dense crowd of terrifying experts descending from the sky like moths to a flame, they were all dumbfounded. They had never seen so many ultimate Emperor Realm experts. These experts were usually only legendary existences, but now they were like locusts that appeared before everyone's eyes. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Those three are finished. The simultaneous attack of 200 ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators isn't something that 3 people can withstand. Yu Wufang stood in front of the Imperial army in the distance. When he saw the dense crowd of ultimate Emperor Realm experts attacking, his face immediately turned ghastly pale. Even as the ruler of the seaside country, he had never seen so many ultimate Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, so many ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were attacking together. This was something that Yu Wufang had never seen or heard of before. Although Zhuo Wen's performance earlier was extremely powerful, with so many experts attacking together, Yu Wufang was truly unable to imagine how Zhuo Wen would be able to survive. He didn't even have the chance to survive. On the empty ground, Zhuowen raised his head to look at the countless locust-like figures descending from the sky. His face was as calm as still water. He suddenly clenched his fists, and 6 different colored flames immediately surged out once more, circling around his body. RIP. Chapter 690. Let's talk nicely. Rumble. Suddenly, the temperature around Zhuo Wen rose countless times. The entire space was filled with a blazing heat. The surrounding air seemed to have evaporated, becoming extremely hot. The pressure of the demon-suppressing green coffin was everywhere within 10 miles of Zhuowen. Although the pressure was strong, the combined pressure of the 200 people in the air completely blocked it. Therefore, the geniuses of the 3 commanderies were not affected by the pressure of the green coffin. What's going on? Why did the temperature suddenly increase so much? When they were within 10 miles of Zhuowen, the geniuses finally felt the heat in the surrounding air. Their faces were filled with shock and uncertainty. Gan Ning narrowed his eyes and shouted coldly, "Don't hesitate. Just take down Zhuowen. He's alone and there are 200 of us. He's no match for us." As soon as Gan Ning said this, the people who had stopped moving once again used their movement techniques and rushed toward Zhuowen. In an instant, they were above Zhuowen and countless brilliant attacks were launched. However, when these colorful attacks landed, the heat in Zhuowen's body reached its peak. Then, a terrifying 6-colored flame shot up into the sky and swept out with Zhuowen as the center. Boom! 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 Countless attacks fell like mud into the sea. They were unable to cause any reaction. All the attacks were blocked by the 6-colored flame that suddenly appeared. 6-colored refining flame, open. A chilling roar came from the 6-colored refining flame. Then, an endless 6-colored sea of fire spread in all directions. In an instant, the area within 10 miles was filled with a sea of fire. Instantly, the dozens of people closest to the 6-colored refining flame were engulfed by the terrifying 6-colored sea of fire. They let out horrifying screams and turned into ashes in an instant. Hiss! 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 10 miles away, the other cultivators who had yet to get close gasped when they saw the dozens of people turn into ashes upon contact with the 6-colored sea of fire. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Those dozens of people were not weak. There were even a few ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators among them. However, they were unable to resist the 6-colored refining flame and were turned into ashes. This was too terrifying. It's not over yet. Within the sea of fire, Zhuowen's clear and melodious voice rang out once again. Faintly discernible, Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward. Countless flames encircled him, and the surrounding sea of fire actually once again spread out in all directions at a terrifying speed. Boom! In an instant, everything within 100 miles was enveloped by the six-colored sea of fire. In an instant, the kingdom of darkness was dyed in a myriad of colors by this bizarre six-colored sea of fire. Countless cultivators were alarmed. One figure after another flew out. Everyone was stunned when they saw the terrifying sea of fire that spread out for 100 miles. This sea of fire was terrifying. It was the first time they had seen such a thing in their lives. The geniuses of the 3 surrounding counties had not expected the six-colored refining flame to expand. Moreover, it had expanded to such a large extent. Therefore, many of the geniuses who did not react in time were all engulfed by the terrifying sea of fire. They were turned into ashes before they could even make a sound. Instantly, more than 150 of the 200 geniuses of the 3 counties were killed in the blink of an eye. Almost 3/4 of the geniuses had died in the six-colored refining flame. It's too terrifying. Zhuowen is too terrifying. We can't defeat him. Let's run. Run. He's a demon who kills without batting an eye. We'll only be sending ourselves to our deaths if we go over. The death of more than 150 of their companions pushed the remaining geniuses to the brink of collapse. They roared at the sky and abandoned the seals on their palms. They did not dare to stay in the peach blossom origin diagram any longer. They were worried that their fate would be the same as their companions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, dozens of light pillars descended. The remaining geniuses all lost their will to fight. They abandoned their seals and left the peach blossom origin diagram. Gan Ning, Lui Feng, and Xiao Jietian were struggling to fend off the six-colored flames that surged towards them. The 3 of them saw that the people around them had suffered heavy losses. Even the last remaining geniuses had disobeyed their orders and abandoned their imprint. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The hearts of the 3 of them were like surging waves, and they were extremely uneasy. They had never imagined that Zhuowen would actually rely on his own strength to resist the combined attack of 200 of them. Moreover, he had even completely defeated them. Seeing their familiar companions turn into ashes before their eyes, regret finally appeared in the hearts of the 3 of them. Zhuowen was right. With his strength, there was no need for him to bluff. In Zhuowen's eyes, even if they had 200 people, Zhuowen would not even look at them. When they thought of the choice Zhuowen had given them, the regret in their hearts grew even stronger. They did not have to face Zhuowen so early. After all, the heart of darkness was the true battleground. However, they relied on their numbers to vainly attempt to challenge Zhuowen. Originally, they thought that the battle was in the bag. However, the final result was a crushing defeat. They were utterly defeated. Zhuowen is a freak. We are no match for him. Quickly abandon your seals and leave the peach blossom origin diagram. Gan Ning waved his right hand and a terrifying power surged out, repelling the six-colored flames in front of him. He roared at Lui Feng and Xiao Jietian beside him and prepared to abandon his seals. Lui Feng and Xiao Jietian looked at each other and nodded, also preparing to abandon their seals. However, just as the 3 of them were about to move, 3 cold lights shot out and accurately struck their right arms. 3 pillars of blood shot into the sky as 3 severed arms flew into the air. Ah! Gan Ning and the other 2 screamed in agony. They clutched their empty right arms, their faces pale. It was over. With their right arms gone, they couldn't even abandon their seals. Did I let the 3 of you leave? A path suddenly opened up in the terrifying sea of fire. A slender figure walked out, holding a bone spear. His sharp eyes locked onto Gan Ning and the other 2 like a hawk. Zhuowen, what do you want? You've killed almost all the geniuses in our 3 commanderies. We admit that we're no match for you, so we're willing to give you our marks. Why did you cut off our right arms? Gan Ning roared, his face full of resentment. Splat! Another cold light flashed, and Gan Ning's left arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed out, almost forming a crimson stream at his feet. Gan Ning's eyes widened as he screamed in agony. Did I say you could speak? Zhuowen walked over slowly, waving his bone spear lightly to shake off the blood on its tip. He stopped in front of the three, his eyes calm and cold. Lu Yifeng and Xiao Jietian knelt on the ground, clutching their right arms, trembling. Zhuowen was too ruthless. Gan Ning had only said a few words, but he'd cut off his arm without mercy. Gan Ning's arms were severed, and his chin hung low on the ground. His face twisted in agony, tears and snot streamed down his face like a broken dam. Zhuowen, what do you want? We've lost so thoroughly. Why won't you let us go? Gan Ning lowered his head and said in a low voice. Gan Ning's heart was dead. Even if he didn't die, he'd be a cripple when he went out. He wasn't afraid of offending Zhuowen at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with venom. Let you go? How laughable! Zhuowen smiled instead, and then he recovered his cold and indifferent expression and continued, I, Zhuowen, am not an unreasonable person. Before the battle, I already said that I, Zhuowen, would not pursue those who retreated, and I, Zhuowen, would kill those who didn't. But in the end, all of you chose not to retreat, so naturally, I chose to kill all of you. I've given you the path, but the choice is yours. Since you've chosen this path of no return, why should I, Zhuowen, let you go? If I, Zhuowen, wasn't strong enough today, would you have let me go? Zhuowen's voice grew louder and colder. Gan Ning and the other two's thoughts were laughable. They bullied Zhuowen because they were strong, but wanted Zhuowen to let them go because they were weak. Gan Ning and the other two fell silent. Zhuowen was right. Zhuowen had already given them a choice at the beginning. If they retreated, they would live. If they didn't, they would die. It was very clear. However, they chose not to retreat. Who could they blame? Zhuowen, you better not kill us. After all, we are the #1 geniuses of Ganmeng County, South Maple County, and Chuan Gui County. If you kill us, the 3 counties won't let you go, Gan Ning threatened. Are you threatening me? I've killed Sir Liyun. Do you think I'll be afraid of you 3 low-ranked counties? Gan Ning, I have to say, I admire your pig brain. Once you're in hell, you'd better reflect on your stupidity. Zhuowen sneered. He shook his right hand and the bone spear turned into Gan Ning's neck. A line of blood appeared, and Gan Ning fell to the ground dead, without even a sound. Zhuowen, don't kill us. Let's talk nicely. There's no need to use weapons. As soon as Gan Ning died, Lu Yifeng and Xiao Jietian became even more terrified. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they fell to the ground and begged Zhuowen for mercy. 2 spineless fellows. How can they be so afraid of death? The coldness in Zhuowen's eyes deepened as he watched the 2 cower. The bone spear in his right hand once again drew a cold arc and 2 streams of blood spurted out. Lu Yifeng and Xiao Jietian followed in Gan Ning's footsteps. Chapter 691. Successful refinement. At this moment, the entire capital of the sea border country had sunk into an extremely strange silence. Regardless of whether it was the many cultivators watching from afar or Yu Wufang standing in front of the imperial army, they were all stunned in place. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood covered the empty ground of Pure Heart Inn. It was like hell. Countless corpses were piled up into a small mountain, giving off a desolate feeling. Over 200 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators had attacked Zhuowen together, but in the end, Zhuowen had emerged unscathed, while the 200 experts had suffered heavy casualties. They had all been reduced to piles of bones. This scene was too terrifying and too shocking. It caused everyone's pupils to shrink as their eyes were filled with disbelief. Dead? They're all dead? Over 200 Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators died just like that? Yu Wufang's entire body trembled as he stared fixedly at the empty ground in front of Pure Heart Inn. His face was filled with fear. When his gaze finally gathered on the young man with the bone spear, he could not help but shiver. There were so many experts, and there were even quite a few who were much stronger than him, but they had all been killed by this young man alone. Just who is he? He's too terrifying, too terrifying. Yu Wufang recalled Zhuowen's attitude towards him before, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. No wonder this kid didn't care about him at all. His strength was actually so terrifying. Chen, don't offend this person in the future. He's so powerful that he can probably destroy our Yu clan with a wave of his hand, Yu Wufang warned Yu Chen in an extremely serious manner. At this moment, Yu Chen's expression wasn't much better than Yu Wufang's. In fact, she was even more shocked than Yu Wufang. She had never expected that she would be able to pick such a terrifying person at a random location. Aside from shock, Yu Chen also felt fortunate. She was fortunate that Yu Hao had stood up for her. She knew very well that if Yu Hao hadn't come, it was very likely that she would have been the one to clash with Zhuowen. Yu Chen couldn't help but shudder when he recalled the fate of Yu Hao and the Yu clan, as well as the fate of those 200+ terrifying experts. Father, even if you didn't say it, I still wouldn't have offended this person. He's too strong, too domineering. Even 200 ultimate Emperor Realm experts couldn't kill him, and they were even killed by him. A person like that isn't someone we can afford to offend, Yu Chen said in a self-deprecating manner. Yeah. This person is not someone our Yu clan can afford to offend. However, it is impossible for such a terrifying expert to exist even in the 3 big countries. Where did this person come from? Yu Chen's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked curiously. It's true that such a powerful expert doesn't exist in the 3 great nations, but there's one place where it's possible, and that's the Upper Realm. There are supreme rulers in the Upper Realm. Our world was created by the powerhouses of the Upper Realm. The origins of these mysterious experts can only be clearly explained by the Upper Realm. Yu Wufang replied. Yu Chen's delicate body trembled when she heard this. She had heard many rumors about the Upper Realm. It was said that there were countless terrifying experts in the Upper Realm, and that the territory there was countless times larger than the territory they were currently in. However, the Upper Realm was only a legend. Although Yu Chen knew about this legend, she didn't believe it to be true. However, when she saw the sudden appearance of over 200 ultimate Emperor Realm experts, and the powerful figure who was fighting a bloody battle alone, she faintly believed that the Upper Realm might really exist. Let's go. This person's goal should be the heart of darkness outside the Duanren horizon. The Duanren horizon will open in a month's time, and this person will definitely appear. Yu Wufang took a deep look at Qingxin Inn, then left with the group of Imperial Guards. He was very clear that with Zhuowen's current terrifying strength, a mere capital was nothing in his eyes. The only reason this person was still in the capital was because of the Heart of Darkness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless dragon-shaped imprints gathered above Zhuowen's head like flowing lights. Soon after, they all entered Zhuowen's palm. In an instant, Zhuowen had collected nearly 200 imprints. Adding the imprints from the geniuses of the Lihua Prefecture, the number of imprints on Zhuowen's body would soon reach 300. With so many imprints, it was more than enough for Zhuowen to enter the top 100 of the Azure Emperor rankings. In fact, he might even be ranked at the top. Zhuowen, congratulations, the number of imprints on your body has almost reached 300. This is already 1/6 of the total number of imprints you have. For the remaining period, you don't need to risk your life. As long as you protect yourself, you will be able to smoothly enter the top 100 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Luo Xing and Qing Lian stepped forward, their beautiful eyes staring at the dragon-shaped imprints on Zhuowen's palm. Their eyes were filled with envy. They knew that Zhuowen didn't need to risk his life to collect imprints. He only needed to protect himself. This was undoubtedly much easier than them. Even so, the number of imprints doesn't make much of a difference. As long as I can enter the top 100 of the Azure Emperor rankings, it will be enough. Zhuowen shrugged. With a wave of his right hand, nearly 2/3 of the dragon-shaped imprints flew towards Luo Xing and Qing Lian. Zhuowen, what are you? Luo Xing and Qing Lian's beautiful eyes narrowed as they spoke with slight displeasure. We are all geniuses of Muqin County. To me, there is no difference between 100 imprints and 300 imprints. Anyway, as long as I can enter the top 100, I will be qualified to participate in the Azure Emperor Rankings competition. Zhuowen smiled. He gave the 200 imprints on his palm to Luo Xing and Qing Lian. The three of them had about 100 imprints each. 100 imprints were enough for the three of them to enter the top 100 of the Azure Emperor Rankings. Qing Lian and Luo Xing nodded their heads in relief. Zhuowen was right. In the peach blossom origin diagram, the geniuses fought each other to filter out the top 100 martialists. There was no ranking at all. Even if you had the most imprints, you wouldn't be able to rank first on the Azure Emperor Rankings. The ranking of the Azure Emperor Rankings would be determined by the upcoming Azure Emperor Rankings competition. Only real battles could determine the final ranking of the Azure Emperor Rankings. Therefore, no matter how many imprints Zhuowen had, it wouldn't be of much use to him. It would be better to give them to Qing Lian and Luo Xing so that the two of them could also enter the top 100 of the Azure Emperor Rankings. This would greatly benefit Muqin County's ranking. We owe you a favor this time, Zhuowen. After receiving the imprints, Luo Xing smiled like a blooming flower. At that moment, nothing could be imagined. Qing Lian's pretty face was also filled with joy. She looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of tenderness. Let's return to Qing Xian in first. Now, we just need to wait for the opening of the Duanren border in a month's time. We must go to the Heart of Darkness, there are probably a lot of good things there. Zhuowen's eyes glimmered as he said this. After staying in the capital for 2 months, Zhuowen had a deep understanding of the Heart of Darkness. It was said that there were many rare treasures inside. Moreover, the Heart of Darkness had existed for so long countless experts had entered to explore it. There were bound to be a lot of good things inside. Zhuowen was in a hurry to increase his strength. How could he let go of such a precious land like the Heart of Darkness? The two women nodded their heads hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. Their beautiful eyes shone brightly. They were also looking forward to the Heart of Darkness. Although part of Pure Heart Inn had been destroyed by the Yu family army, it was still largely intact. When Zhuowen and the other two entered Pure Heart Inn, the surviving cultivators in the inn all stared at the three of them in awe, automatically opening a path for them. They had seen Zhuowen's terrifying performance just now, and in their hearts, they had already defined Zhuowen as a terrifying expert. Such an expert was not to be trifled with. After greeting Luo Xing and Qing Lian, Zhuowen directly entered his room. Inside the room, Zhuowen looked around and found that there were no traces of others spying on him. With a flick of his finger, he took out a broken ancient mirror from his spirit ring. On the edge of the ancient mirror there were carvings of a phoenix. This was the Scarlet Sun Everlasting Mirror that he had taken from Eugene. This Scarlet Sun Everlasting Mirror can summon the phoenix's shadow, which is enough to prove that this mirror is inseparable from the phoenix. Especially the golden flame released by the mirror, its defensive power is extremely heaven-defying. He thought back to how Eugene had managed to block his full-powered strike with the Scarlet Sun Everlasting Mirror's power as a three-wheel ultimate emperor. Moreover, Eugene had emerged unscathed. If Zhuowen had not used an extremely terrifying spear intent attack in the end, he probably would not have been able to do anything to Eugene. Moreover, Zhuowen had discovered that Eugene was too weak. He had not been able to unleash the Scarlet Sun Everlasting Mirror's full power. If he had been able to unleash its full power, Zhuowen probably would not have been able to break through it even with spear intent. Let's see if I can refine this Scarlet Sun Everlasting Mirror. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he pointed his finger forward. A drop of blood flowed out from the tip of his finger and dripped onto the broken ancient mirror. Zhuo was pleasantly surprised to discover that his drop of blood had been completely devoured by the ancient mirror. Soon after, he could clearly sense that the ancient mirror had a blood affinity with him. "I've refined it," Zhuo called out in delight. He had never thought that refining the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror would be so easy. No wonder the weak Eugene could possess it so easily. It seemed like this was the main reason. A thought passed through Zhuowen's mind. Immediately, surging and terrifying golden flames erupted from within the broken ancient mirror. The moment these golden flames appeared, they were like maggots that latched onto Zhuowen's body and formed a golden flame armor on his body, causing Zhuo to look extremely majestic. The golden flame's armor was quite powerful indeed. According to Zhuowen's estimates, the golden flame's armor was probably able to block the full-powered strike of an early seven-wheel Ultimate Emperor. However, it would probably be a little difficult for a mid-seven-wheel Ultimate Emperor or higher. I wonder what will happen when the Phoenix Essence blood fuses with the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror. Zhuo withdrew the golden flames and withdrew the drop of Phoenix Essence blood he had refined from the Fire Bird's feather. Chapter 692. Golden Phoenix Flame, there's indeed a reaction. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he felt the excited buzzing of the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror. With a flick of his finger, the Phoenix blood essence floating in front of him turned into a ray of light and shot into the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror. Swoosh! The moment the Phoenix blood essence entered the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror, an extremely dazzling and terrifying light instantly burst out. In an instant, the room was filled with blazing golden light. A clear and melodious cry rang out from within the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror. After that, the gigantic image of a flaming phoenix suddenly swept out and circled above Zhuo. The temperature of the entire room also reached an extremely terrifying level, as if it was a furnace. Boom! Boom! Waves of terrifying golden flames gushed out from the Crimson Sun everlasting mirror, transforming into numerous gigantic pillars of fire in the entire room. The illusory figure of the phoenix let out a cry once again, and actually swooped down from within the numerous pillars of fire, sweeping towards Zhuo. This action of the phoenix silhouette immediately frightened Zhuo, causing him to involuntarily retreat. His face revealed a frightened expression. However, the terrifying pressure emitted by the phoenix silhouette caused Zhuo to be unable to move. What a terrifying pressure! Zhuo, who was unable to move, could only watch with his eyes wide open as the fiery red phoenix shadow approached him. In the end, it completely smashed into Zhuo's chest. Zhuo only felt that his entire body was unbearably hot. The terrifying temperature seemed to be able to shatter his body, causing Zhuo to involuntarily let out a low roar. At the same time, a drop of golden blood shot out from the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror. It was the Phoenix blood essence that Zhuo had taken out earlier. This drop of Phoenix blood essence was even more dazzling than before. With a swoosh, it flew towards Zhuo's forehead and instantly entered the depths of Zhuo's forehead. Rumble! Zhuo only felt a rumbling sound in his head. It was as if there were tens of thousands of thunderbolts in his head. An extreme pain spread throughout Zhuo's nerves, causing Zhuo to roar and faint. The instant Zhuo fainted, the phoenix shadow finally completely entered Zhuo's body. In an instant, all the pillars of fire in the room disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Zhuo quietly laid on the ground in the middle of the room. Unknowingly, an image of a phoenix spreading its wings had appeared on his bare back. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a real phoenix. As for the drop of phoenix blood essence that had drilled into Zhuo's forehead, under the control of the phoenix pattern, it actually completely fused into Zhuo's bloodline. For a moment, a dazzling golden light appeared on Zhuo's body. If Zhuo were to wake up now, he would definitely discover that his great son Nirvana had directly broken through to the second level of annihilation with the assistance of the Phoenix blood essence. His physical strength had reached a higher level. In the next room, Luo Xing and Qing Lian also heard Zhuowen's roar. The two women looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They could hear the pain contained in Zhuowen's roar. What's going on? What happened to Zhuowen? Qing Lian asked worriedly. Let's go and take a look. Luo Xing's expression darkened as she said decisively. After speaking, the two women walked out of the room together and walked towards Zhuowen's room. Luo Xing knocked on the door a few times and found that there was no movement inside. She couldn't help but frown as a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Let's go in and take a look. As she spoke, Luo Xing's jade-like hand touched the door and immediately forced it open. The two women stepped into the room and immediately saw Zhuowen lying in the middle of the room unconscious. Zhuowen! Luo Xing and Qing Lian's expressions changed drastically when they saw Zhuowen lying on the ground unconscious. They hurriedly came to Zhuowen's side. Luo Xing even extended her jade-like hand and helped Zhuowen up. However, when Luo Xing supported Zhuowen, she discovered that Zhuowen's upper body was naked. His strong skin was completely displayed in front of her eyes. This immediately caused Luo Xing's cheeks to blush as a strange expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. Senior Sister Luo Xing. Don't worry about the propriety between men and women right now. Quickly help Zhuowen onto the bed. Qing Lian also saw Luo Xing's expression and hurriedly said. It was fine if Qing Lian didn't say anything. Now that she said it, Luo Xing's cheeks became even redder. Especially when she came into contact with Zhuowen's boiling hot body, Luo Xing's delicate body actually trembled slightly as her heart pounded wildly. However, Luo Xing wasn't an ordinary person after all. Although she was extremely embarrassed about this matter, she still pretended to be calm and helped Zhuowen up. Qing Lian also came to help and helped Zhuowen onto the bed. Senior Sister, what do you think happened to Zhuowen? Why did he suddenly faint? Qing Lian said somewhat worriedly. Luo Xing shook her head and said with some doubt, Zhuowen is so strong. It shouldn't be possible for someone else to knock him out. Perhaps he made a mistake in his cultivation. The two women discussed for a while, and both of them attributed the reason to a mistake in cultivation. Although they were quite worried about Zhuowen, the two women didn't have any other good ideas. They could only silently wait for Zhuowen to wake up. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Zhuowen had been lying on the bed for a whole month, but he was still unconscious. However, Luo Xing and Qing Lian noticed that as time passed, Zhuowen's body was constantly emitting a dazzling golden light. Early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone down, Luo Xing and Qing Lian stood inside Zhuowen's room. Their beautiful eyes stared at the figure lying on the bed, and their faces were filled with anxiety. 1 month had passed, and today was the opening day of the Duanren Horizon. If they missed this day, they would have to wait for half a year before they could re-enter the Duanren Horizon. However, the time limit for them to stay in the Peach Blossom origin diagram was almost up. They couldn't wait for the second opening of the Duanren Horizon. If they missed this opportunity, they would have no chance to enter the Heart of Darkness. Why hasn't Zhuowen woken up yet? If we miss today, we won't have another chance to enter the Heart of Darkness. Luo Xing said anxiously. The expression on Qing Lian's face wasn't any better. She was also anxious. She didn't expect that at such an important time, Zhuowen would actually fall into a coma. Their luck was really bad. Boom. While the two women were anxiously pacing back and forth, the temperature in the room rose to a terrifying degree. In the next moment, Zhuowen, who was lying on the bed, was wrapped in a ball of golden flames. What a terrifying golden flame! Isn't this the golden flame inside Yujin's Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror? Under the sudden attack of the temperature, the two women staggered back. Their faces were filled with fear. They immediately recognized the golden flame that suddenly enveloped Zhuowen. Under the blazing golden flames, Zhuowen, who was originally lying down without moving, suddenly moved. Immediately, he slowly sat up. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With a strange sound, the golden flame around Zhuowen suddenly dispersed. The phoenix pattern on Zhuowen's back flickered a few times and gradually dimmed. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from Zhuowen's body. For a moment, an endless hurricane swept through the room. Qing Lian and Luo Xing staggered back under this aura. Their faces were filled with fear. Zhuowen's aura has strengthened again. Has he broken through to the peak of the six-wheel emperor stage? The two women's faces were filled with shock as they looked at the imposing figure. It had only been a few months, but the young man before them had broken through again. This speed was a little too fast. At this moment, Zhuowen also noticed the abnormality in his body. After he confirmed it, he was shocked to discover that he had broken through unknowingly. Ever since he suddenly fainted under the attack of the phoenix silhouette a month ago, he had always been in a muddle-headed state. After waking up today, his cultivation had actually risen by a minor level. This naturally caused Zhuowen to be pleasantly surprised. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that his nirvana of the Great Sun had unknowingly broken through to the second level, the annihilation realm. At this moment, his physical body was so strong that it could shatter all Earth-rank soul treasures. Any Earth-rank soul treasure that wanted to hurt him was simply wishful thinking. Moreover, the benefits that the Phoenix Shadow brought him were not limited to this. Thinking of this, Zhuowen suddenly stretched out his right palm. At this moment, a small Phoenix Shadow was quietly hovering in Zhuowen's palm. This Phoenix Shadow was formed by golden flames. This golden flame was extremely unique. Its destructive power was extremely weak, but its toughness was extremely terrifying. It was extremely suitable for defense. From now on, I'll call you the Golden Phoenix Flame. Looking at the small golden phoenix in his palm, Zhuowen's lips curled up slightly. He then put away the Golden Phoenix Flame. Although the Golden Phoenix Flame's destructive power was not strong, its defensive power was extremely impressive. Under the effect of the Phoenix Blood Essence, its power seemed to be even stronger than before. Zhuowen's fire fusion art required 9 types of earth fire. Although the Golden Phoenix Flame was not a natural earth fire, its power was not inferior to earth fire. To a certain extent, it was even stronger than earth fire. Therefore, it could be used as the 7th type of earth fire to fuse with the fire fusion art. Zhuowen, what happened to you? You were unconscious for so long. Inside the room, Luo Xing and Qing Lian sighed in relief when they saw that Zhuowen was fine. Luo Xing couldn't help but ask curiously. When Luo Xing spoke, Zhuowen realized that Luo Xing and Qing Lian were still in the room. He suddenly asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "A month," Luo Xing said indifferently. A month? So today is the day that the Duanren border opens? Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was quite shocked that he had been unconscious for a month. And today is the day that the Duanren border opens, but what happened to you a month ago? Luo Xing asked, unwilling to give up. Zhuowen faintly smiled as he pointed at the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror in the corner of the room, which had already become completely dim. He said, "You saw the golden flames that appeared on the surface of my body just now. Back then, an accident occurred while I was refining the Scarlet Sun everlasting mirror. As a result, I fainted." Hearing Zhuowen's explanation, although the two women were puzzled, they did not ask. Chapter 693. Duanren Horizon crowds had gathered in the capital of the sea border country. Countless cultivators had arrived from other cities and were entering the capital. The capital was bustling with activity. Today was the opening day of the Duanren Horizon. The Duanren Horizon only opened once every 6 months. Cultivators who wanted to enter the Heart of Darkness only had this one chance every 6 months. The Heart of Darkness was a nightmare for many cultivators. However, it was a treasure in the eyes of some experts. Even if one was in the outskirts of the Heart of Darkness, there was a chance of encountering a rare opportunity. Once a cultivator encountered such an opportunity, It would be something that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. At the edge of the deepest part of the capital, there was a precipitous cliff. In front of this precipitous cliff, there was an incomparably vast open space. In front of the precipitous cliff, there were many broken stone pillars that rose into the sky. This was the Duanren horizon. The Duanren horizon was a 10,000 zhang tall cliff. At the bottom of the cliff were sharp stone pillars that pierced the sky. They were like broken blades that emitted a cold light. If a cultivator was careless and fell from the Duanren horizon, death was certain. Even ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators were not spared. Even though ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators could walk on air, the Duanren horizon was an extremely strange place. There was a terrifying gravitational pull here, so even ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators couldn't fly for long in the Duanren horizon. Normally, cultivators wouldn't rashly enter the Duanren horizon. That was because it was an act of seeking death. However, every 6 months, the terrifying gravity in the Duanren horizon would drop to its lowest point. It was only at this time that ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators could truly walk through the air within the Duanren horizon. Moreover, during this period of time, an enormous stairway to heaven would appear beneath the Duanren horizon. This stairway would lead directly to the bottom of the Duanren horizon. This stairway to heaven was naturally specially prepared for cultivators below the ultimate Emperor Realm who couldn't walk on air. However, it wasn't that easy to pass through the Duanren horizon. In the void below the Duanren horizon, there was a terrifying number of griffins hidden. Griffins were an extremely ferocious flying meta beast. Their strength wasn't high. They were roughly at the Earth King realm. However, there were tens of thousands of griffins in the Duanren horizon. With such a terrifying number of griffins, even an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would be besieged and forced to flee pathetically. They might even die because of this. Although the griffins were terrifying, there was still an endless stream of cultivators who wanted to enter the Duanren horizon. These cultivators who entered the Duanren horizon were mostly those with poor aptitudes and knew they couldn't break through their shackles. Therefore, they wanted to seek opportunities in the Duanren horizon to fight for a chance to survive. Da-da-da. The sound of horses galloping could be heard unceasingly. In front of the open space, a group of soldiers were rushing over. Each and every one of them was riding a large white horse. They were the Imperial Guards of the Yu clan. In front of the Imperial Guards was naturally Yu Wufang. Yu Wufang's silver armor shone brightly in all directions. He appeared majestic and domineering, displaying the domineering aura of a ruler. Numerous cultivators had gathered on the empty ground. When these cultivators saw Yu Wufang leading the Imperial army over, they all revealed looks of awe. The current king of Bianhai country was the #1 expert. Who dared to disrespect him? Who dared not fear him? The Imperial Guards stopped in the open space. Yu Wufang's gaze swept past them and focused on the 5 figures at the front of the group. The auras of these 5 people were much stronger than ordinary cultivators. They were all ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Moreover, Yu Wufang wasn't unfamiliar with these 5 people. They were the ancestors of 5 of the 15 cities in Bianhai country. They were all old bastards who were about to reach the end of their lifespans. If it weren't for their lifespans, these 5 people wouldn't have taken the risk to enter the heart of darkness. After all, everyone in Bianhai country knew about the dangers of the heart of darkness. Even ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators had a high chance of dying inside. The 5 old men raised their heads and looked at Yu Wufang indifferently. They nodded slightly as a form of greeting. They didn't have the slightest intention of greeting Yu Wufang. Yu Wufang didn't get angry because of this. These 5 people weren't weak. They were basically all ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. There was indeed no need for them to give Yu Wufang too much face. After all, they were all ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. There was no need for them to pay attention to these complicated formalities. Yu Wufang frowned slightly when he looked around again. He actually didn't see Zhuowen's group of 3. He originally thought that Zhuowen's group had appeared in the capital because of the Heart of Darkness. Now that the three of them were absent for no reason, Yu Wufang became even more puzzled. Your Highness, you should open the Duanren border now, right? Although the five of us are ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators and are able to walk through the air to reach the bottom, there is still the threat of the lion vulture. So, Your Highness, you please hurry up and summon the stairway to heaven. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out, causing the originally noisy space to fall silent. Everyone looked over and saw that the one who had spoken was one of the five people standing proudly in front of them. This person had a head full of white hair and wore a light blue cloth robe. At first glance, he looked completely ordinary and looked like an ordinary old farmer. However, this old man's eyes were sharp like an eagle's, making people unable to look straight at him. Everyone immediately recognized this old man. He was the ancestor of Yuanli City, Zhou Lifeng. His strength was extremely terrifying. It was said that he was a mid-ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. He could be considered the strongest of the five. The other four old men weren't weak either. They were basically all early ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. Even Yu Wufang felt a faint pressure when the five of them stood there. Although Yu Wufang was stronger than the five old men, if the five old men worked together, Yu Wufang would be a bit troublesome to deal with. This was also the reason why the five old men didn't seem particularly respectful towards Yu Wufang. They didn't fear him at all. The attitude of the five old men caused Yu Wufang to frown slightly. He was slightly displeased. He said indifferently, "The opening of the Duanren border will have to be delayed for a while. There are still people who haven't arrived." There are still people who haven't arrived? Your Highness, everyone seems to have arrived. How could there still be people who haven't arrived? Zhou Lifeng frowned and looked around. In this group of people, the only one who had reached the ultimate Emperor realm was Yu Wufang other than the five old men. As the ruler of the sea border country, it was impossible for Yu Wufang to enter the Duanren border. Now that the five old men were all here, how could there still be people who hadn't arrived? Subconsciously, Zhou Lifeng and the five old men thought that Yu Wufang was trying to intimidate them. Thinking of this, the five old men's faces turned ugly. Your Highness, in the sea border country, who else can make you wait with the status of a ruler? I think that such a person doesn't exist. I'm afraid that Your Highness doesn't want to open the Duanren border, right? Zhou Lifeng said meaningfully. When these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the area narrowed. Their gazes gathered on Yu Wufang, and there was displeasure in their eyes. These cultivators had traveled thousands of miles to gather here. Naturally, it was for the Heart of Darkness. The meaning behind Zhou Lifeng's words immediately put Yu Wufang in the eye of the storm. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Yu Wufang frowned. This Zhou Lifeng was becoming more and more impudent. Relying on the support of the other four old men, he didn't even put him in his eyes. However, when the frightening figure from last night surfaced in Yu Wufang's mind, the corners of his mouth revealed a mocking expression. If Zhou Lifeng and the other two elders knew that the person he was waiting for was that fiend, what would they think? That person isn't someone you can afford to offend. Let me give you a word of advice, it's best to wait. Otherwise, it will be too late for regret. Yu Wufang said with a faint smile. Ha! Truly laughable. Yu Wufang, I think you should open the Duanren border now. Don't force us to make a move. Zhou Lifeng suddenly laughed loudly and said coldly. When these words came out, the countless cultivators in the area started to shout. Their voices were loud, and they had the intention to force Yu Wufang. Feeling the coercion from the crowd, Yu Wufang's face darkened to the extreme. The majority of these cultivators were wandering cultivators without a fixed faction. They were all alone, and they were not afraid of his Yu family. Moreover, this group of people had the support of Zhou Lifeng and the five old men. Even if Yu Wufang wanted to make a move, he would have to consider the consequences. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, 3 whistling sounds suddenly sounded from the horizon. Following that, 3 figures shot towards the area like arrows leaving the bowstring. In an instant, they arrived not far from Yu Wufang. Among these 3 figures, one was a young man with a slender figure carrying a green coffin on his back. The other 2 were beautiful women. Both of them had looks that could topple cities and a unique temperament. When the 2 women appeared in the open space, they undoubtedly attracted the gazes of many cultivators in the area. These 2 women were too beautiful, like fairies that had descended to the mortal world. These 3 were naturally Zhuowen, Qinglian, and Luo Xing. Ever since Zhuowen woke up, the 3 of them had rushed to the Duanren border in a hurry. However, they did not expect that the Duanren border had not opened yet. This made the 3 of them sigh in relief. Zhuowen also noticed the gazes of the surrounding people. When he discovered that these people's gazes were basically ignoring him, and converging on Qinglian and Luo Xing, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seemed that the attractiveness of beautiful women was indeed extraordinary. Ever since he had slaughtered all the geniuses in the 3 great counties last night, Zhuowen knew that there were very few geniuses left in the capital. Therefore, Zhuowen did not plan to hide his identity, and once again carried the demon-suppressing green coffin on his back. After all, the power of the blood demon within the demon-suppressing green coffin was constantly transmitted to his body. Moreover, it had to be in contact with his body. Therefore, in order to increase his strength, he could only carry it on his back all the time. The 3 of you have finally arrived. Wufang has been waiting here for a long time. If the 3 of you wish to enter the Duanren border, Wufang will open the Duanren border for the 3 of you. Yu Wufang quickly came before Zhuowen and the other 2. His attitude could be said to be extremely respectful, and even his tone had a trace of caution. Chapter 694. Zhou Li Feng. Yu Wufang's respectful and even careful attitude caused the surrounding cultivators to be dumbfounded. The majestic ruler of seaside country was actually so respectful and careful towards a young man. This was something no one could imagine. The 5 old men, including Zhou Li Feng, also saw Yu Wufang's respectful attitude. Their gazes involuntarily converged on Zhuowen. They knew that the person Yu Wufang had been waiting for should be this person. However, Zhuowen's appearance was unique and the aura on his body was extremely obscure. It was impossible to tell if he was real or fake. However, Zhuowen was really too young. Zhou Li Feng did not believe that this ordinary-looking young man was some kind of expert. However, Yu Wufang's attitude made Zhou Li Feng faintly feel that something was wrong. Maybe this kid's identity is not ordinary, so Yu Wufang is treating him like this. Zhou Li Feng casually found a reason in his heart. He did not put Zhuowen and the other 2 in his eyes. Highness Yu, shouldn't we open the Duanren horizon now? Zhou Li Feng said in a somewhat strange tone. They had already waited here for so long and had long become impatient. Since the person Yu Wufang was waiting for had come out, they naturally had to urge Yu Wufang to open the Duanren horizon. Hearing Zhou Li Feng's impolite words, Yu Wufang frowned slightly. This Zhou Li Feng was becoming more and more impudent. Now, in front of him, his words did not have the slightest bit of fear towards him, the ruler of seaside country. Zhou Li Feng, you should watch your words. I am after all the ruler of seaside country. How can I allow you to be so impudent? Yu Wufang's eyes flashed coldly as he said indifferently. Highness Yu, so you also know that you are the ruler of seaside country. I thought you had forgotten that we are all your people in Bianhai country, but right now, in front of us, you are groveling and groveling in front of a brat who smells of milk. I wonder if Highness Yu knew that you were the ruler of Bianhai country at that time? Zhou Li Feng slowly walked out. His gaze first landed on Yu Wufang, then focused on Zhuowen. His tone became several times louder as he mocked. Zhou Li Feng's words were truly vicious. Not only did he viciously crush Yu Wufang's spirit, he even dragged Zhuowen down with him. The dignified monarch of the borderland country was actually bowing and scraping to a stranger like Zhuowen. What would they, the martial artists of the borderland country, think? It was inevitable that there would be some grudges in his heart, and even his attitude towards Zhuowen had become extremely unfriendly. This young man in front of him looked very ordinary. What ability did he have to receive such treatment from Yu Wufang? Feeling the hostility of the surrounding cultivators, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze focused on the nearby Zhou Lifeng, who had a sneer on his face. He knew that the old man in front of him was the one who had stirred up this trouble. "Do you feel that Yu Wufang's attitude towards me is inappropriate? Then why don't you tell me what kind of attitude Yu Wufang should have towards me?" Zhuowen tilted his head and stared at Zhou Lifeng, his eyes filled with indifference. Seeing Zhuowen question him like this, Zhou Lifeng narrowed his eyes, the coldness on his face growing thicker. Perhaps this young man's status wasn't low, but his strength was still lacking. For him to dare make irresponsible remarks in front of him, he really had eaten the guts of a leopard. "You are just a brat who stinks of his mother's milk. What qualifications do you have to speak to this old man like this? This old man will give you a chance. Immediately kneel down and lower your head to admit your wrongs. This old man won't bother about your attitude just now," Zhou Lifeng said coldly as he looked down at Zhuowen. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the surrounding martial warriors all revealed meaningful looks of ridicule. Just now, Yu Wufang had been extremely respectful towards this young man. But now, Zhou Lifeng actually wanted this young man to kneel down and apologize. If this young man really did kneel down and apologize, Yu Wufang's face would be completely lost. It could be said that this was a disguised slap to Yu Wufang's face. Zhou Lifeng crossed his arms over his chest, a mocking expression on his face. His goal was to make Yu Wufang look bad. Since this Yu Wufang was so respectful towards this young man, then he would do the exact opposite. So Zhou Lifeng really wanted to see Yu Wufang's expression. But when his gaze finally converged on Yu Wufang's face, he was stunned. The current expression on Yu Wufang's face was completely different from what Zhou Lifeng had imagined. The expression of shock and fury that he had imagined did not appear on Yu Wufang's face. Instead, what he saw was pity and a strange expression. Right, Yu Wufang's current expression was pity and a strange expression. It was as if Zhou Lifeng had done something stupid. "Are you putting on an act in front of me?" Zhou Lifeng frowned slightly. Yu Wufang's expression caused Zhou Lifeng to feel a bit uneasy. However, he didn't believe this young man had any ability. With his cultivation base, how could he be afraid of a brat who stinks of his mother's milk? "Kneel down and apologize to you?" The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled slightly as he lifted his head. His eyes were filled with a sinister coldness. Zhuowen had never offended this old man before. He did not expect that this old man would choose to offend him. This caused Zhuowen to sneer in his heart. Zhou Lifeng frowned slightly and nodded. "If you want to live, then kneel down and apologize to me. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to make me kneel down and apologize to you? Is your face even greater than Yu Wufang's? Even Yu Wufang doesn't dare to speak to me like that. How did a stupid pig like you have the guts to raise such a stupid condition?" Zhuowen shook his head, his voice becoming even colder. This Zhou Lifeng really thought too highly of himself. He didn't even have the slightest bit of brain. Since even Zhuowen was speaking so humbly to him, it could only mean that he, Zhuowen, wasn't ordinary. But even so, this Zhou Lifeng, in order to rub off on Yu Wufang's spirit, actually wanted to treat him, Zhuowen, as a soft persimmon. It was truly laughable. "Do you dare to say that again? Little brat, there are some people that a little fellow like you can't afford to provoke. I think you'd better think about the consequences." Zhou Lifeng's eyelids twitched. Zhuowen's words had thoroughly infuriated him. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen was filled with coldness. This coldness was like the coldness of winter, extremely penetrating and terrifying. "That's right. There are some people that you really can't afford to provoke. Zhuowen nodded and said seriously. Good, good. At such a young age, you actually have such courage. I can't help but admire your courage. It's a pity that sometimes, when your courage is too big, it's often the fastest to die. Zhou Lifeng's voice became even more gloomy. His voice was filled with coldness. Zhuowen had thoroughly infuriated him. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Humph. As he spoke, Zhou Lifeng stomped his foot, and a terrifying aura burst out. His entire person disappeared from the spot like a shadow. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhuowen. His withered branch-like claws stretched out and directly smashed towards Zhuowen's head. Zhou Lifeng didn't hold back in this attack. If Zhuowen was hit, then he would definitely die. Mocking and ridiculing laughter resounded in the surroundings as soon as Zhou Lifeng made his move. Everyone was laughing at Zhuowen for overestimating his own strength. He was actually stupid enough to provoke an ultimate Emperor Realm expert like Zhou Lifeng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing instantly resounded in the air. Zhou Lifeng's pupils shrank slightly as he discovered that a sliver of golden light had actually appeared on the back of Zhuowen's head. The moment his claw landed on the back of Zhuowen's head, it was as if he had struck a rock. How is this possible? How can this kid's body be so tough? I'm actually unable to leave a single mark on his body? Zhou Lifeng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. I've already stood there and allowed you to hit me. Why can't you cause any harm to me? What's the point of leaving a piece of trash like you in this world? Zhuowen's cold voice rang out once more. Then, he stretched out his right hand and instantly grabbed Zhou Lifeng's claw. His 5 fingers exerted force, causing Zhou Lifeng's right hand to bend irregularly under the powerful force. Ah! A miserable shriek suddenly rang out. Zhou Lifeng clutched his deformed right hand as he stumbled backwards. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this young man be so terrifying? His full-strength attack had actually been unable to leave a single mark on his body. Just how tough was the body needed to be to achieve this? Under the effects of the Phoenix Essence blood, Zhuowen's nirvana of the Great Sun had already broken through to the next level of destruction. It was enough to destroy all Earth-tier soul treasures. Zhou Lifeng, a mere 3-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert, was truly unable to cause any harm to Zhuowen. Only the blink of an eye had passed from the moment Zhou Lifeng attacked to the moment Zhou Lifeng retreated. Soon after, the surrounding crowd discovered in disbelief that the young man with the green coffin was completely unharmed, but Zhou Lifeng's right arm had been crippled. What's going on? Zhou Lifeng is a mid-stage 3-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. How could his right arm be crippled in an instant? Is that young man really that terrifying? Everyone in the surroundings was in an uproar. Their gazes towards Zhuowen had changed, becoming filled with disbelief. As expected, this young man was extraordinary. No wonder even Yu Wufang was so respectful towards him. Elder Zhou, are you all right? The other 4 elders all gathered around Zhou Lifeng. When they saw that Zhou Lifeng's right arm had been crippled, they all revealed furious expressions. I'm fine. This kid seems to have an extremely powerful defensive soul treasure on him. I suffered from that earlier. If the 5 of us work together, we'll definitely be able to break through his defensive soul treasure. Zhou Lifeng's eyes were filled with resentment as he gripped his right hand. Although he had vaguely guessed that Zhuowen might be extraordinary, he only thought that Zhuowen might have a powerful defensive soul treasure on him. He didn't believe that Zhuowen's body could be that powerful, nor did he believe that Zhuowen was truly that powerful. As long as the 5 of them worked together, the young man before them would still be dead meat. Elder Zhou is right. Let's work together and get rid of this arrogant brat. The other 4 elders all nodded as they stared at Zhuowen with unfriendly gazes. For terrifying auras erupted from them. They were all ultimate 3-wheel Emperor auras. Go. Kill this kid. With that, the 5 of them shot out in unison, directly attacking Zhuowen. They were confident that they would be able to kill Zhuowen if they worked together. Are you still lying to yourselves? Since you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 695. Rainbow Sky Stairway Boom. A terrifying pressure surged out from the bronze coffin. Instantly, an area of 5 kilometers around Zhuowen was enveloped by this pressure that was as heavy as a mountain. The ground of the entire open space faintly showed signs of not being able to withstand the pressure and directly cracked open. Traces of cracks spread out like a spiderweb. The surrounding warriors directly knelt on the ground under the effect of this pressure, their faces filled with horror. Too terrifying. This pressure that suddenly surged out was too terrifying. The cultivators gathered here were basically all Heavenly King realm experts, but they were actually unable to withstand this pressure and knelt on the ground. The 5 old men led by Zhou Lifeng rushed towards Zhuowen from 5 different directions. However, the instant they came within 10 miles of Zhuowen, under the terrifying pressure, the 5 old men actually fell to the ground like butterflies with broken wings. They were in an extremely sorry state. This pressure was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the 5 old men couldn't even summon the slightest will to resist. Even the yuan qi in their bodies was completely suppressed by the pressure, making it extremely difficult for them to even move. Old man Zhou, what's going on here? The other 4 old men's gazes converged on Zhou Lifeng, their faces filled with shock and anger. At this moment, Zhou Lifeng's face was incomparably pale. He finally understood why Yu Wufang was so respectful towards this young man, even speaking in a somewhat submissive manner. It turned out that this ordinary young man actually possessed such terrifying strength. Just the pressure he released actually suppressed them to the point where they couldn't use any of their strength. When Yu Wufang treated Zhuowen so respectfully, he, Zhou Lifeng, should have noticed that this child wasn't ordinary. However, he had actually offended such a terrifying figure in order to rub off Yu Wufang's spirit. Sir, just now, this old man had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that Sir can spare our lives. With a plop, Zhou Lifeng directly knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling. He actually directly kowtowed to Zhuowen, his attitude extremely humble. Zhou Lifeng's actions immediately stunned the surrounding crowd. They did not expect that the previously insufferably arrogant Zhou Lifeng would actually so straightforwardly kneel and beg for mercy. However, when they felt the terrifying pressure around them, they didn't feel anything wrong. The young man with the green coffin was indeed terrifying. If Zhou Lifeng didn't beg for mercy, he wouldn't be able to survive. Everyone's eyes were on Zhuowen. They wanted to see what kind of attitude this young man would have. Just now you threatened to kill me. Why are you suddenly kneeling and begging for mercy? Zhuowen looked down at Zhou Lifeng and the other 4 old men who were kneeling on the ground and trembling. His voice became bone-chillingly cold. Zhou Lifeng lowered his head and said in a humble voice, "Just now, this lowly one looked down on you. I only hope that you can spare this lowly one's life." Under this pressure, Zhou Lifeng did not have the courage to resist the young man in front of him. Thinking back to when he attacked Zhuowen, Zhou Lifeng knew that the young man in front of him was far stronger than him. "I can spare your life. As long as the 5 of you cripple your own cultivation, I will let you go." Zhuowen shook his head indifferently. The eyes of all the cultivators in the surroundings shrank when they heard this. Even Yu Wufang's eyes flickered, indicating that he wasn't very calm inside either. This young man was really ruthless. He actually wanted Zhou Lifeng and the others to cripple their own cultivation. These were 5 ultimate Emperor Realm experts. They were usually lofty and respected by everyone. If they crippled their cultivation, they would definitely become completely useless cripples. At that time, they would be like street rats that everyone would want to beat up. Cripple our own cultivation? Zhou Lifeng and the other 4 old men were all shocked as they stared fixedly at Zhuowen. They had cultivated bitterly for many years to reach their current level of cultivation. Today, this person actually wanted them to cripple their own cultivation. How could they possibly do that? Cripple or die. The 5 of you don't have a choice. Either you cripple your own cultivation and keep your lives, or I will personally take your worthless lives. At this point, Zhuowen stomped his foot. His peak ultimate Emperor realm cultivation surged out and countless blade-like gusts of wind gathered around him. The ground beneath his feet completely collapsed, forming a deep crater that was several feet deep. What a terrifying aura! This kid is indeed powerful. Fortunately, I didn't offend him too much, or the consequences would be dire. Yu Wufang's eyes narrowed. The aura that Zhuowen was emitting was like a towering mountain before him. He could only look up at it. If an expert like this wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as moving a finger. Boom! Zhuowen's aura caused the faces of Zhou Lifeng and the other 4 to turn even paler. The 4 old men kneeling beside Zhou Lifeng revealed ruthless expressions in their eyes as they extended their right palms and suddenly slapped towards their chests. For miserable cries sounded out. The 4 old men had actually decisively crippled their cultivations, becoming completely crippled. After crippling their cultivations, the 4 old men glared at Zhou Lifeng with venomous gazes. All of this was caused by Zhou Lifeng. If it weren't for Zhou Lifeng's instigation, they wouldn't have had to face such a terrifying expert like Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Zhou Lifeng and said indifferently, "What? Still not going to attack? Do you want me to attack?" As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward. A terrifying aura pressed down on Zhou Lifeng, causing his face to turn pale, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. "I can't accept this!" Zhou Lifeng roared at the sky. He slammed his palms against his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became extremely dispirited. He had been forced by Zhuowen to the point where he could only cripple his own cultivation. 5 experts who could call the wind and summon the rain in their respective cities were actually forced to cripple their own cultivations in front of a young man. From then on, they would become completely useless cripples. Such a scene really shocked the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. Their gazes towards Zhuowen were filled with deep reverence. This kid definitely couldn't be provoked. He was too terrifying, too ruthless. Seeing Zhou Lifeng and the other 4 become crippled in the blink of an eye, Yu Wufang's heart trembled violently. He made up his mind that he definitely couldn't provoke this fiend in front of him. "Open the Duanren border." Turning his head, Zhuowen no longer paid attention to Zhou Lifeng and the other 4. His gaze fell on Yu Wufang, his voice indifferent. "I'll open it immediately." Yu Wufang quickly nodded. Taking a step forward, he came to the edge of the cliff and took out a handful of 7-colored soil. This 7-colored soil was extremely strange. It actually constantly flickered with a 7-colored brilliance. Zhuowen looked curiously at the 7-colored soil in Yu Wufang's hand. It seemed like this strange 7-colored soil was related to the Duanren border's stairway to heaven. Yu Wufang's right hand formed a series of complicated seals. With a wave of his right hand, the 7-colored soil was scattered. It turned into a rainbow-like arc in the air and fell to the bottom of the cliff. Rumble! Not long after, the entire cliff shook violently, and to Zhuo Wen's astonishment, below the Duanren border, there was a 7-colored staircase rising from the ground, reaching up to the sky. The top of the staircase was touching the edge of the cliff, perfectly fitting together. This is the 7-colored stairway to heaven. It can lead to the bottom of the Duanren border. However, within the clouds at the bottom of the Duanren border, there are a terrifying number of griffins. So, if you want to enter the Duanren border, it's best to be careful. Once the 7-colored stairway to heaven appeared, Yu Wufang lightly breathed out. His gaze fell on the people in the open space, his voice loud and clear. The surrounding people also looked at the 7-colored stairway to heaven with heated gazes, but no one moved. Their gazes were all on Zhuowen behind them. With this terrifying young man present, They really didn't dare to climb the seven-colored stairway to heaven in front of him. After all, no one knew this young man's personality. If they rashly went up and angered this young man, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feeling the respectful gazes directed at him, Zhuowen couldn't help rubbing his nose. It seemed like his performance just now had intimidated many people. Zhuowen, looks like there are many people who are afraid of you now. Luo Xing beside him suddenly teased. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhuowen said with a smile, "Let's go. Now that the Duanren border has opened, let's hurry to the heart of darkness. I'm afraid the participants from the other three big countries should also be entering the heart of darkness at this moment." Zhuowen knew that the opening time of the Duanren border was the same for all three big countries. Therefore, when the Bianhai country opened, the other two big countries would also open today. When the time came for the participants to rush in, it would definitely be a tough battle. After saying that, Zhuowen led Luo Xing and Qing Lian up the seven-colored stairway to heaven. In an instant, they disappeared into the endless clouds at the bottom of the Duanren border. After a few leaps, their figures disappeared. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Zhuowen and the other two left, the warriors in the open space swarmed into the seven-colored stairway to heaven like countless locusts entering the territory. In an instant, the originally bustling open space became deserted. Looking at the empty open space and the Duanren border that was shrouded in clouds, Yu Wufang's eyes flickered. With a loud shout, he led the imperial army away from the Duanren border. He, Yu Wufang, was only responsible for opening the Duanren border today. As for the life and death of the warriors who entered the Duanren border, he did not care and would not care. However, he knew that Zhuowen and the other two would most likely obtain quite a good harvest after entering the Duanren horizon. However, none of this had anything to do with him. In fact, in his opinion, after sending Zhuowen and the other two away, he felt relieved. Because Zhuowen was too strong enough to destroy their Yu family. Such an expert was destined to not be controlled by their Yu family. Naturally, Yu Wufang would not have the slightest thought of keeping Zhuowen because to their Yu family and even the capital, Zhuowen was like a bomb that could explode at any time, uncontrollable. In the endless clouds, Zhuowen, Luo Xing and Qing Lian stepped on the seven-colored stairway to heaven, quickly descending. Although the fog around them was extremely dense, to the point where they couldn't even see their own fingers, it wasn't difficult for the three of them to detect the fog with their cultivation and powerful senses. Careful, there seems to be movement 100 miles away. Chapter 696. A group of griffins. The moment Zhuowen stopped, Luo Xing and Clear Lotus stopped as well. Their faces were filled with vigilance. Their five senses were far inferior to Zhuowen's. Although they did not discover anything unusual, they still trusted their senses. Rustle! A strange voice suddenly sounded. Soon after, this voice was infinitely amplified and resounded in the ears of the three of them like thunder. Immediately, the Zhuowen trio were shocked to discover that a densely packed group of figures were surging over from 5 kilometers away. At a glance, it was like a black cloud was pressing down, blotting out the sun. There were so many of them that it almost exceeded the expectations of Zhuowen and the others. Zhuowen and the others also clearly saw the true appearance of these black figures. They had the head of a bird, the body of a lion, the tail of a snake, and a pair of bat-like wings on their back. They looked rather sinister and terrifying. These were the griffins that Yu Wufang had mentioned before. Originally, Zhuowen did not pay much attention to the griffins. According to Yu Wufang's introduction, the strength of the griffins was generally not high. They were usually around the Earth King stage, with the higher levels being the Heavenly King stage. There had never been any that surpassed the Ultimate Emperor stage. It was precisely because of the griffins' low strength that Zhuowen did not place them in his eyes. However, the scene before his eyes completely dispelled the carelessness in Zhuowen's heart. The strength of the griffins was indeed not strong. However, the sheer number of them caused Zhuo and the other two to involuntarily inhale a breath of cool air. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were basically filled with griffins. There seemed to be tens of thousands of them. There were so many that even Zhuo did not know the exact number of griffins. Run! There are too many of them. Zhuo's expression changed drastically. He roared and led Luo Xing and Clear Lotus to flee downwards. With so many griffins, even Zhuo did not dare to face them head-on. Luo Xing and Clear Lotus' expressions were ugly as well. They hurriedly set up defensive soul treasures around them and used their movement techniques to rush downwards as quickly as possible. Ao ao ao. The gazes of the griffins were extremely sharp, and they'd noticed Zhuo's group of 3 long ago. At this moment, when they saw Zhuo's group of 3 actually intended to flee, all of them roared out one after another, and they spread their wings and suddenly swooped down. They were densely packed like enormous black dragons that were spiraling in the clouds and mist. The griffins were extremely fast. Even though Zhuo and the others used their movement techniques to the limit, the griffins still closed the distance. Clear Lotus, Luo Xing. You two go first, I'll block them for a while. Seeing the griffin getting closer and closer, Zhuo knew that it would not be long before it caught up with the 3 of them. At that time, none of them would be able to escape. Zhuo, it's even if you want to stop them. You want to escape? Let's escape together, Luo Xing said with a frown, her eyes flickering. That's right. Zhuo, it's very difficult for you to fend off so many griffins by yourself. It's better if you don't take the risk. Qing Lian nodded. No. The 3 of us are too slow. These griffins are originally the overlords of the sky. They're much faster than us. In the end, the 3 of us will be caught. Then, none of us will be able to escape. Let's escape. Zhuo's voice gradually turned cold. He pushed his right palm and a gentle force hit the 2 women, causing their speed to increase. In an instant, the distance between them and Zhuo increased. Zhuo stopped and faced the sky full of black shadows without fear. The 2 women didn't expect Zhuo to have such a move. They were involuntarily pushed a few hundred meters forward. Looking at the figure standing under the countless black shadows, the 2 women gritted their teeth and rushed downwards. Zhuo, you must survive. Ao ao ao. The moment Zhuo stopped, the griffins in the sky took Zhuo as their target. They directly rushed towards Zhuo. Their cold, sharp claws released a bone-chilling light in the clouds. With a step, 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of Zhuo's back. In an instant, lightning flashed. Zhuo's entire body turned into a terrifying thunderbolt. His speed soared to the extreme, and he actually dodged the first batch of griffins that arrived. The reason why Zhuo dared to stay was naturally because of these 3 pairs of lightning wings. After all, this was the lightning 3 wings of the Tempest 6 wings. It had a terrifying speed that no one in the world could match. Even the griffins might not be faster than Zhuo with 3 pairs of lightning wings. Zhuo only needed to delay for a certain amount of time. Naturally, he would be able to rely on the speed of his lightning wings to break through the encirclement of the griffins and successfully leave the rainbow stairway. After dodging the first batch of griffins, the number of griffins behind was even more terrifying. They blocked almost all of Zhuo's directions, making it impossible for Zhuo to use the speed of his lightning wings to dodge. A group of beasts actually has a certain level of intelligence. Looking at the surrounding griffins, Zhuo's eyes narrowed. His face revealed a cautious expression. The tyrannical dragon scale bone spear in his hand was already prepared. Ao ao ao. The griffins in all directions roared and pounced on Zhuo, who was in the center. In an instant, Zhuo was attacked from both sides. This spear has a soul. It's called spear intent. Zhuo no longer held back. With a swing of the bone spear, the spear intent that had reached a higher level burst out. Countless blue water droplets covered Zhuo's surface. His long black hair, under the contrast of the blue water droplets, actually emitted a demonic blue color. Boom boom boom! His hair fluttered in the wind. Countless spear intent condensed into spear seals, with Zhuowen's body as the center. In an instant 10,000 spear seals swept out, while Zhuowen stepped on the spear seals and floated in the air. Pucci! Pucci! The terrifying spear intent was extremely powerful. When the outermost griffins came into contact with these spear seals, they directly burst into a bloody mist. Not a single one survived. However, there were too many griffins. Even if these griffins on the periphery died, there was still a large wave of griffins behind. Perhaps because of the death of the outermost griffins, the griffins in the rear were completely stimulated. They actually became even crazier and pounced on Zhuowen. Suddenly, the pressure on Zhuowen became extremely heavy. The spear intent in his hand was displayed to the extreme. Although he could kill many griffins with one blow, the number of griffins was too large. Even if one group died, there would be another. Pucci! Zhuowen was like a perpetual motion machine, constantly waving the bone spear in his hand. The terrifying spear intent was displayed to the extreme. Around Zhuowen's body, a terrifying bloody mist constantly erupted. Zhuowen had almost become a blood man. Damn it! There are so many of them. Zhuowen's face was slightly pale. There was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. There were too many griffins. It was as if there was an endless number of them. He couldn't kill all of them. There were too many griffins. It was impossible for Zhuowen to guard against all of them. There would always be many fish that escaped the net. They would rush in through the gaps of Zhuowen's attack and directly pounce on Zhuowen's body. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's nirvana of the Great Sun had been promoted to the destruction degree. The strength of his body had even surpassed the strength of an Earth-rank spirit treasure. The griffin's individual strength was too weak. They couldn't break through Zhuowen's body. However, there was a limit to a person's strength. Although Zhuowen's body was strong, he would always feel tired when dealing with so many griffins. If he continued to fight with these griffins, Zhuowen would inevitably die of exhaustion. After half an hour, Zhuowen's movements had become somewhat sluggish. At this moment, Zhuowen was too tired. He was so tired that he didn't want to move. Half an hour should be enough. It's time to leave this place. Looking at the densely packed griffins around him, Zhuowen's face became extremely ugly. There were too many griffins, so many that Zhuowen couldn't help but tremble with fear. Subconsciously, Zhuowen even thought that there was no end to these griffins. Rumble! Stomping his foot, the 3 pairs of lightning wings on Zhuowen's back opened and closed. Terrifying sounds of thunder resounded. Zhuowen turned into a horrifying lightning bolt, wanting to directly plunge towards the bottom of the Duanren border. Ao ao ao! The group of griffins also sensed Zhuowen's intentions, and they all gathered below Zhuowen, completely blocking his path. Damn it! Get lost! Zhuowen shouted loudly. Spear intent was displayed to the extreme. In an instant, the griffins below were stirred into countless blood mists by the power of the spear intent. However, these griffins were indeed closing in on Zhuowen. After one group died, another group came. They actually blocked Zhuowen's path again, determined to make him stay here. Damn it! Looking at the griffins that filled the gap in an instant, Zhuowen's face became extremely ugly. There were too many griffins gathered at the intersection below. If he didn't wipe them all out, Zhuowen wouldn't be able to escape smoothly. However, the power of Zhuowen's spear intent was limited. It was impossible to completely wipe out all the griffins blocking the intersection below. You're the one who forced me to do this. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He knew that if he wanted to completely wipe out all the griffins blocking the path below, he could only use a powerful move. And Zhuowen's only move with a terrifying group power was the Ice-Fire Lotus that was fused with the Ice-Fire Holy Talisman. Now that I can fuse the 6-colored refining flames, let's try the power of this 6-colored lotus. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Zhuowen's mind moved. The Ice-Fire Holy Talisman on the back of his hands suddenly flickered. Then, 6 types of earth fire flew out from his body. Under the effect of the fire fusion art, they fused into a six-colored refining flame. Once the six-colored refining flame was formed, Zhuowen summoned the extreme freeze. With a drag of his hands, the two terrifying energies of opposite polarities suddenly merged together. Suddenly, countless sparks flew. A lifelike six-colored lotus flower lay quietly in Zhuowen's palm. As soon as the six-colored lotus flower appeared, a terrifying aura flowed out. Then, countless griffins below actually showed a rare look of fear. They instinctively felt that the strange lotus flower in Zhuowen's hand was not simple. "Don't you like to block the path? Now, I'll let you have a taste of this six-colored lotus flower." With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Zhuowen swung his right hand. With a whoosh, the six-colored lotus flower in his palm swept downward and finally blasted into the innumerable griffins below. Boom! Chapter 697. Heart of Darkness. A terrifying explosion occurred, shaking the entire Duanren border. Countless rocks rolled down from the sky. At the same time, blood-curdling screams filled the entire Duanren border. In an instant, under the terrifying explosion, the thick fog in the Duanren border was dispersed. On the seven-colored sky stairway, the cultivators who were rushing to the bottom of the Duanren border with their movement skills also felt the terrifying explosion. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying explosion in the Duanren border? On the seven-colored sky stairway, countless cultivators were shocked. Then, they saw the fog in the surroundings become thinner. Then, about 100 kilometers below, an extremely strange six-colored lotus blossomed in the void. The explosive energy had originated from this blossoming lotus. Following the blooming of the six-colored lotus flower, clouds of blood mist were produced. Only now did the crowd see clearly that below the six-colored lotus flower, there was actually an endless number of griffins. So many griffins, how can there be so many of them? Looking at the densely packed griffins, the cultivators on the seven-colored sky stairway trembled, their faces pale. They could imagine that if they were to come across so many griffins, they would die without a doubt. However, under the terrifying power of the six-colored lotus flower, the numerous griffins exploded into clouds of blood mist. Mournful screams resounded in the Duanren border, like the cries of ghosts. "Look! Above the six-colored lotus flower, there's a figure." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. After that, everyone's gazes converged below in unison. Sure enough, a figure with disheveled black hair was floating above the six-colored lotus. If one looked carefully, wasn't this figure Zhuowen? It's actually him. It seems like this terrifying six-colored lotus flower was released by this person. What a terrifying character! So many griffins couldn't do anything to this person, and their vitality was greatly damaged by this person. Looking at Zhuowen's back and the griffins that had exploded into clouds of blood mist, everyone knew that the only person who could release such a terrifying six-colored lotus flower was this young man in front of them. Everyone saw the griffins below. They were densely packed and endless. Even an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator would be in danger of losing their life if they entered, but this young man in front of them was able to reduce this terrifying griffins to such a sorry state. There was no doubt that this young man's strength was too terrifying, much more terrifying than an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Zhuowen also saw the cultivators rushing over from above, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings flapped, and his entire body turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning. He shot downwards at an extreme speed, instantly disappearing before everyone's eyes. At the bottom of the Duanren border, there were numerous sharp stone pillars that rose from the ground, resembling broken blades. Around the stone pillar was a vast wasteland. At the end of the wasteland was the exit of the seven-colored heaven stairway. At the exit, Qing Lian and Luo Xing were pacing back and forth worriedly. "Senior sister, will something happen to Zhuowen? There are too many griffins. Although the individual strength of the griffins is not strong, with so many of them, even Zhuowen would find it hard to resist them if they were to join forces." Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She looked at Luo Xing beside her and spoke worriedly. Luo Xing's expression wasn't too good either. Qing Lian didn't want anything to happen to Zhuowen, but why would she want anything to happen to Zhuowen? Although her face was cold and calm, her heart was as anxious as a frying pan. Qing Lian, you don't have to worry too much. Zhuowen is very strong, far stronger than the two of us. I think Zhuowen will find a way to escape from the group of griffins. Luo Xing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Just like that, the two of them stood silently at the entrance and waited. An hour later, a voice that sounded like muffled thunder rang out, and then a figure with lightning wings on his back appeared before their eyes. Zhuowen! Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, the two women's eyes revealed joy. At this moment, Zhuowen's figure was in a sorry state. His entire body was dripping with blood, and this blood was the blood of the griffins. As soon as he reached the exit, Zhuowen immediately staggered and collapsed on the ground, panting. There were too many griffins, and Zhuowen was simply too tired to deal with them. Being able to hold on for an hour was already Zhuowen's limit. Fortunately, the six-colored lotus flower didn't disappoint Zhuowen. It broke through the blockade of the griffins, allowing Zhuowen to successfully break through the encirclement and follow the seven-colored stairway to the exit. Zhuowen, are you all right? The two women came to Zhuowen's side and looked worriedly at Zhuowen, who was lying on the ground. Zhuowen was in a very sorry state. It seemed that he had experienced an extremely difficult battle earlier. I'm fine. The two of you protect me, I need to recover my energy. Waving his hand, Zhuowen sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the origin energy in his body, silently recovering the origin energy in his body that was almost exhausted. The two women nodded and stood on both sides, silently protecting Zhuowen. After around half a day, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze flickered with bright light. Even though the origin energy within his body had been completely exhausted, with the replenishment of the blood devil energy within the devil suppression azure coffin, his speed of recovery was extremely swift. After half a day, many martial warriors appeared at the exit of the seven-colored stairway. However, these martial warriors all stared at Zhuowen and the other two with fear in their eyes before leaving the wasteland one after another and heading towards the heart of darkness. They had completely witnessed Zhuowen's terrifying strength. They did not dare to provoke such a fiend. Otherwise, their fate would not be any better than Zhou Lifeng and the other two elders. Have you recovered? Luo Xing looked at the energetic Zhuowen in amazement. Half a day ago, Zhuowen's exhausted appearance was still fresh in her memory. She did not expect that in just half a day, Zhuowen had actually completely recovered. This recovery speed was really terrifying. Yes. Let's head to the heart of darkness now. I'm afraid we will have a big battle there. Zhuowen nodded and smiled. It is said that the heart of darkness also contains many treasures. Perhaps we will have a lot of gains after entering it. Qing Lian said with anticipation. Let's go. Only when we reach the heart of darkness will we know whether there are really treasures inside. Moreover, there are only 3 months left in the 1-year period. Now, most of the contestants should have entered the heart of darkness. We must be careful. After saying that, Zhuowen and the other two turned into 3 rays of light and flew towards the wasteland. There was a black fog in the sky in front of them. That black fog was the poisonous fog that lingered around the heart of darkness. At the same time, in 2 other directions of the wasteland, many cultivators appeared. These cultivators' auras were extremely terrifying. They were all ultimate Emperor Realm cultivators. The place that led to the heart of darkness in Shuiyu was called the Black Iron Forest. It was a dense forest made of black iron. It was also very dangerous, and there were many powerful meta-beasts inside. In the Black Iron Forest, 2 figures walked silently. One of them was dressed in plain clothes and had an ordinary face. The other was dressed in luxurious clothes and was handsome and elegant. The 2 of them walked slowly. From time to time, black shadows would appear around them. These black shadows were basically the terrifying meta-beasts of the Black Iron Forest. However, when these meta-beasts came within 10 miles of the two of them, they would explode into a bloody mist. The strength of these two people was extremely terrifying. Along the way, they didn't attack at all. The meta-beasts that approached them all exploded into a bloody mist. Huang Fu Wuji's eyes focused on Huang Fu Wudao, his face filled with awe. In these 3 years, Huang Fu Wudao had become even stronger. He couldn't see through him anymore. Second brother, we will soon arrive at the heart of darkness. According to His Highness Emperor Qing, there is a lucky chance waiting for the two of us in the heart of darkness. I wonder what this lucky chance is? Huang Fu Wudao suddenly stopped and turned his head. He stared at Huang Fu Wuji, his voice calm and proud. The so-called lucky chance should be obtained by the fated person. This lucky chance still depends on luck. Huang Fu Wuji shook his head. That's not right. Lucky chances are not obtained by the fated person, but by the strong. As long as you are strong enough, even if the lucky chance is taken by someone else, as long as you kill that person, you will be able to snatch it away. Huang Fu Wudao's voice was as calm as ever, but his words contained a trace of cruelty and coldness. Huang Fu Wuji froze. Huang Fu Wuji was well aware of Huang Fu Wudao's style. His big brother was simply a madman that everyone feared. Thus, he didn't dare to refute him. This was because if Huang Fu Wudao went crazy, he might even kill his little brother. This was also the reason why Huang Fu Wuji was so afraid of his big brother. Haha. Let's go. Once we arrive at the heart of darkness, we will know what this lucky chance is. Huang Fu Wudao faintly smiled. Then, the two of them slowly walked towards the distant black fog that on the other side of the Black Iron Forest, there were terrifying saber cheese spreading out. All of a sudden, countless meta-beasts were sliced into countless pieces of meat. An insolent young man who was carrying a huge saber on his back dashed out of the meta-beast's encirclement. We've finally left the Black Iron Forest. Once we arrive at the heart of darkness, we should be able to see Zhuowen. I wonder if that boy's strength has increased during this time. The youth with the saber, Guosheng, was wrapped in saber energy. He was like a stream of light as he rushed towards the heart of darkness. Huang Fu Wudao, Huang Fu Wuji, Guosheng, Grant Baihe, Qing Yan, Zhu Bai Chao Yan, Feng Yong, Murong Zhan, and Qing Ming. These 10 monstrous geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the Green Emperor list had all arrived at the wasteland and were rushing towards the heart of darkness. At the same time, countless geniuses from other counties were standing on the wasteland. As they looked at the black fog that soared into the sky, their eyes were filled with anticipation and battle intent. Everyone knew that once they entered the heart of darkness, the real life and death battle would begin. This was a competition between countless geniuses. Every one of them represented the glory of their respective counties. They would gather in the heart of darkness and engage in the most intense battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 698. Extreme Purple Ice Grass Swoosh. The 3 figures arrived at the periphery of the black fog in an instant. The black fog covered an extremely large area and it was not stationary. Instead, it continuously rotated like a hurricane and spiraled upward. Standing at the periphery of the black fog, Zhuowen and the other 2 could clearly feel a suction force coming from within the black fog. If they were not powerful enough, they would be torn apart by the suction force after entering the black fog. The heart of darkness is within the poisonous fog. It is said that the poisonous fog is extremely poisonous. The 2 of you should be careful. Zhuowen turned around and instructed Luo Xing and Qing Lian. The 2 ladies nodded and hurriedly activated the Yuan power in their bodies to form a thick layer of Yuan power barrier on the surface of their bodies. This Yuan power barrier could effectively prevent contact with the outside world. However, it consumed a lot more energy. Zhuowen, aren't you going to use any defensive measures? This poisonous fog is not so simple. After the two ladies finished setting up their defensive measures, they realized that Zhuowen was indifferent and did not take any action. Their pretty faces revealed a puzzled expression. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders, and a dazzling golden glow was released from his body. It was the nirvana of the great sun. Given his current physical strength, although he was not invulnerable to poison, he could at least resist the poisonous fog for a while. Therefore, he did not need to use his yuan power barrier. When they saw the golden glow on Zhuowen's body, the two ladies knew that Zhuowen's physical body was extraordinary. This was evident from the fact that Zhou Lifeng's all-out attack was unable to leave a single mark on Zhuowen's body. Therefore, they did not ask for too much. "Let's go." As they spoke, the three of them turned into rays of light and entered the poisonous fog. In a few flashes, their figures disappeared. Not long after the three of them entered the black fog, many figures simultaneously swept over from all directions. These figures warily stared at their surroundings, as if they had come to an agreement. They did not engage in a great battle, but instead, all of them unleashed their yuan power barriers and rushed into the black fog like moths to a flame. The heart of darkness was inside, so there was no need for them to fight outside. That would be unwise. Once he entered the black fog, Zhuowen's sharp senses discovered that the surrounding poison fog was just like maggots in a tarsal bone as it surged towards the surface of his skin. However, with the protection of the great nirvana sun, the instant the poison fog reached the surface of Zhuowen's body, it was neutralized by the golden glow. With Zhuowen's current cultivation and realm, the poisonous fog around the heart of darkness really couldn't cause much harm to Zhuowen. Although the poisonous fog couldn't cause any substantial harm to Zhuowen, Luo Xing and Qing Lian were much weaker than Zhuowen. The poisonous fog posed a much greater threat to them than it did to Zhuowen. At this moment, they were following behind Zhuowen at an extremely slow pace. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. With a flick of his finger, a golden flame shot out from the tip of his finger and circled around the two women. Immediately, it turned into a golden flame armor on their bodies. With the powerful defense of the golden flame armor, the surrounding poisonous fog basically retreated. At this moment, the two women were much more relaxed. There was an additional look of gratitude in their eyes as they looked at Zhuowen. At the same time, they were amazed by the power of the golden flame armor that Zhuowen had unleashed. In an instant, the three of them sped up and soon reached the end of the black fog. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three figures suddenly shot out. When they landed, they stood in three different positions and vigilantly scanned their surroundings. What surprised the three of them was that they were in a dense forest. What was even stranger was that the trees in the forest were all dark black, as if they had been splashed with black ink. What a strange forest! Is this the heart of darkness? Staring at the surrounding black trees, Zhuowen's eyes revealed an astonished expression. The scene in the heart of darkness was very different from what he had imagined. Moreover, what shocked Zhuowen was that this dense forest was extremely strange. His five senses were actually ineffective in this place, and he was completely unable to investigate the situation around him. A strange expression also surfaced on the pretty faces of Qing Lian and Luo Xing. Clearly, they had also discovered that their five senses were completely useless in this dense forest. Let's go. Since our five senses are completely useless, we need to be even more careful. We need to constantly pay attention to our surroundings. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen said in a low voice. The two women nodded and cautiously followed behind Zhuowen, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Very quickly, Zhuowen and the other two arrived at a swamp. The swamp in front of them was extremely wide. It was not particularly eye-catching as it was surrounded by the dense forest. When Zhuowen and the other two approached the swamp, a soft voice was immediately heard, causing the three of them to involuntarily stop in their tracks. Luo Xing and Qing Lian looked at Zhuowen at the same time, their eyes filled with inquiry. Zhuowen made a gesture and the three of them withdrew their auras and hid in a low shrub. Through the gaps in the shrub, The three of them looked towards the shore of the swamp in front of them. They saw 5 figures standing on the shore of the swamp. They were 3 men and 2 women. When Zhuowen's gaze focused on the figure of a woman, he could not help but reveal a startled expression. The woman standing at the head of the 5 stood proudly. She had long snow-white hair, snow-white pupils, and an ice-cold expression. Wasn't she the #1 genius of the icebound county, Wen Aoshue? The other 4 stood respectfully behind Wen Aoshue, looking as if they were following Wen Aoshue's lead. They should be the geniuses of the icebound county. Aoshue, the heart of darkness is filled with danger. Not only are there threats from other geniuses, there are also threats from various powerful metabeasts. The swamp in front of us is so huge. There must be terrifying metabeasts hidden within. We don't need to take such a big risk for the purple ice grass. Behind Wen Aoshue, a good-looking woman in red with a hot figure suddenly spoke with a tinge of anger on her pretty face. You should know how useful the extreme purple ice grass is to me, right? I have an ice-cold body. With the purple ice grass, my cultivation will be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. At that time, I will be able to obtain a good ranking in the ranking competition. It is even possible for me to enter the top 10 of the Green Emperor leaderboard. Wen Aoshue turned around and coldly stared at the woman in red behind her. Her tone was cold and emotionless. When the woman in red heard this, her face froze. She coldly said, "The purple ice grass is something you need. If you want it, go get it yourself. Why do you need us to go? I am the #1 genius of Icebound County and I represent the glory of Icebound County. Didn't you say so just now? This swamp is so huge and there must be many meta beasts in it. If I am alone, it will be quite difficult for me to successfully obtain the purple ice grass." At this point, when Aoshue meaningfully stared at the 4 people in front of her and continued, "If you guys can cover me from the front, my chances of obtaining the purple ice grass will be much higher. I think that for the glory of Icebound County, you guys should be able to make this sacrifice." When Wen Aoshue said this, the 4 people in red stared angrily at Wen Aoshue. Wen Aoshue's actions were obviously to use them as bait to lure the meta beasts out of the swamp while she reaped the benefits. To them, this method was simply courting death. Why? Are you not willing? Although I, Wen Aoshue, can't do anything to you guys, if the ranking of Icebound County is affected because of you, I believe that Master will not let you guys off. Even the families behind you will suffer. When Aoshue narrowed her eyes and her voice became increasingly cold. She was actually directly threatening the 4 of them. You win. We are willing to cover you. The expressions of the 4 people in red were extremely ugly. Wen Aoshue's master was the Icebound County Lord, and he was extremely fond of Wen Aoshue. If Wen Aoshue really inverted right and wrong, the Icebound County Lord, Profound Iceman, would very likely lean towards Wen Aoshue's side. At that time, not only would they suffer, even the families behind them would suffer. That's right. If you guys help me obtain the purple ice grass this time, all of you will have done a great service. At that time, I will naturally report this to Master and all of you will be rewarded. When Aoshue revealed an arc on the corner of her mouth, as she said with a faint smile, "There's no need for rewards. As long as you don't attack our families." The woman in red said coldly. They were very clear about Wen Aoshue's character. This woman was extremely arrogant, condescending, and selfish. Her casual promises were basically short-lived, and it was simply impossible for her to fulfill them. Therefore, the 4 of them did not have any extravagant hopes for the rewards that Wen Aoshue spoke of. As long as she did not attack their families, it would be good enough. If all of you are obedient, I will naturally not speak ill of you in front of my master. Wen Aoshue said indifferently, "Remember what you said." The woman in red took a deep look at Wen Aoshue. She took a step forward and brought the 3 men behind her towards the center of the swamp. In the center of the huge swamp, there was a square-inch piece of land. On this square-inch piece of land, there was a small purple grass growing. The strange thing was that the grass was actually emitting waves of cold air. This small grass was the purple ice grass. It was a peak grade 6 spiritual medicine and was infinitely close to grade 7 spiritual medicine. It had unimaginable benefits for warriors who practiced cold attribute cultivation method. When Aoshue's body was naturally cold, and she also practiced cold attribute cultivation method. To a certain extent, this purple ice grass was extremely suitable for her. Zhuowen and the other two who were hiding in the bushes naturally noticed this scene. Especially when they saw Aoshue forcing the geniuses from the same county to pave the way for her as a stepping stone, the three of them revealed strange expressions. Aoshue was the #1 genius of the frozen ice county. Not only did she not have the slightest intention of helping the geniuses from the same county, she instead used them as a tool. She did not even hesitate to use threatening methods to force the geniuses from the same county. Zhuowen and the other two despised such methods. At the same time, Aoshue's beautiful face, in the eyes of the three of them, seemed so despicable and ugly at this moment. Purple Ice Grass. Chapter 699. Strange Fish. The purple polar ice grass was one of the best grade 6 spiritual herbs and an extremely rare spiritual herb. Zhuowen and the others did not expect to encounter such a rare spiritual herb as soon as they entered the heart of darkness. Zhuowen, this purple polar ice grass is extremely important to senior sister Luo Xing. If she obtains it, she will be able to successfully break through to the ultimate 6-wheel emperor realm, Qin Lian suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze involuntarily landed on Luo Xing, who was beside him. Sure enough, he saw that Luo Xing's originally cold expression was now looking at the extreme purple ice grass with a burning gaze. Forget it. When Aoshui is an expert at the peak of the ultimate 6-wheel emperor realm and a monstrous genius ranked 11th on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. Such a genius is not to be trifled with. There is no need for us to provoke such an opponent. Luo Xing shook her head. If this purple polar ice grass is really useful to you, I will help you get it, Zhuowen suddenly said firmly. There was no pretense or flattery in his words. It sounded calm and natural when Zhuowen said it. However, Luo Xing's heart trembled violently. Although Zhuowen's voice was calm, it meant something else to Luo Xing. This purple polar ice grass was obtained by Zhuowen for her. Thinking of this, Luo Xing's cold eyes became much gentler. She looked at Zhuowen with a trace of special affection. Zhuowen naturally did not think so much. In his opinion, Luo Xing was a genius of Muqin County and his companion. The stronger they were, the more help they would be to him. Let's wait first. The swamp is not simple. After all, such a precious purple polar ice grass should have a corresponding guardian beast, Zhuowen said calmly as his gaze focused on the swamp. The two girls nodded and looked at the swamp at the same time. If they really wanted to obtain the purple polar ice grass, they had to choose the most appropriate time. At this moment, the lady in red led the three men into the swamp at an extremely fast speed. No one knew what dangers were hidden in the swamp, so the four of them could not stay there leisurely. Obtaining the purple polar ice grass as soon as possible was the right thing to do. Extreme purple ice grass. In 10 breaths of time, the four of them appeared in the air above the swamp. The woman in red appeared slightly relaxed. Along the way, they did not encounter the slightest danger. They did not even sense the existence of danger. It seemed that they had been alarmed for nothing. Perhaps there was no danger in the swamp at all. In the air above the square, the woman in red smiled and reached out her right hand. The moment she was about to touch the extreme purple ice grass, an inexplicable sense of danger appeared in her heart. Whoosh! A black shadow suddenly swept out from the water and instantly swept past the right arm of the red-clothed woman. Blood spurted out. The red-clothed woman didn't even have time to react before her right arm disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only gushing blood. Ah! My hand! The woman in red screamed. She held her right arm and retreated dozens of meters. The three men behind her narrowed their eyes and quickly protected the woman in red. Plop! The sound of a heavy object falling into the water was heard. Only then did the four of them see the true face of the black shadow that had flashed out. It was a strange fish that was dozens of feet long and had a mouth full of sharp teeth. The strange fish's surface was covered with silver scales that reflected a glaring light. At this moment, the strange fish was holding a white and tender severed arm in its mouth. The owner of this severed arm was the red-clothed woman. It was this strange fish that had just severed the woman's right arm. The strange fish's crimson eyes stared fiercely at the red-clothed woman. With a bite of its lower jaw, the severed arm was directly swallowed into its stomach. The sound of chewing was very clear above the swamp. Seeing her severed arm being eaten right in front of her, the woman in red's face turned deathly pale. That was her arm, and it was eaten right in front of her eyes. No one would feel good about that kind of feeling. Damn it! I'm going to kill this beast. Looking at the strange fish that was still chewing, the red-clothed woman was so angry that she trembled. Under the effect of Yuan power, her severed arm was no longer bleeding. However, she could not take this lying down. As she spoke, the red-clothed woman instantly rushed out and charged towards the strange fish. With a press of her left hand, a terrifying Yuan power gathered and blasted towards the strange fish below. Roar! The strange fish was not afraid at all. With a shrill cry, it also rushed straight towards the Yuan power palm. Rumble! An explosion sounded. Under the Yuan power palm's attack, the strange fish directly fell into the swamp. However, what surprised the red-clothed woman was that although the strange fish's strength was weak, the scales on its surface were extremely tough. After receiving her full force attack, it was actually not damaged at all. It was lively in the swamp. It opened its mouth that was filled with sharp teeth and roared at the red-clothed woman. Such tough scales. It was actually not damaged after receiving my full force attack. The red-clothed woman looked at the strange fish in astonishment and muttered to herself. However, she did not pay too much attention to it. This strange fish had eaten her right arm and had already made her furious. She must kill this strange fish to vent the hatred in her heart. Swoosh! With a stomp of her foot, the red-clothed woman directly pounced towards the swamp. Her left arm blasted out again, and a terrifying Yuan power gathered. This time, she must completely kill this strange fish. However, when the red-clothed woman approached the swamp, countless black shadows swam at the bottom of the swamp at an extremely fast speed. Roar! A shrill cry sounded out. The strange fish was directly hit by the red-clothed woman. At this moment, the red-clothed woman did not hold back at all and used all her strength. This strange fish's scales were indeed tough, but the red-clothed woman had already dealt a fatal blow. Therefore, the strange fish could only nurse a grievance in the end. After dealing with the strange fish, the red-clothed woman coldly snorted and planned to leave the surface of the swamp. However, when she stepped out of the water, countless splashing sounds suddenly rushed out from the swamp, following which, densely packed black shadows surrounded the red-clothed woman. The countless black shadows were actually those strange fish from before. Their sharp teeth were suffused with countless cold glints in the dark swamp. Ah! The red-clothed woman, who was surrounded by countless strange fish, immediately let out a shrill cry. The ear-piercing chewing sound continuously rang out. In the span of 5 breaths, the red-clothed woman's screams came to an abrupt end, following which, the countless terrifying strange fish fell back into the swamp and disappeared without a trace. Only a bloody skeleton was left on the surface of the water. This skeleton was the red-clothed woman's corpse. Hiss! 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 The 3 men above the swamp all sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the red-clothed woman's corpse disappear in an instant. Their bodies involuntarily trembled. There were just too many of these strange fish. They were too terrifying. They had actually eaten a person so cleanly in such a short period of time. On the shore, when Aoshue's beautiful eyes narrowed, There was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. These strange fish were not strong, but their teeth were extremely sharp. Even the red-clothed woman, who was at the ultimate emperor realm, had her arm torn off with ease. What are the three of you still standing there for? Hurry up and get the extreme violet ice grass. When Aoshua's eyes flickered as she shouted at the three men in the sky. Her face was filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Hearing this, the three men's faces turned extremely ugly. When Aoshua had seen the red-clothed woman's fate, now she was actually asking them to go and get the extreme violet ice grass. This was simply sending them to their death. Not going? Then your clans will be finished because of your hesitation. At that time, you will also die. Now, I'm giving you a choice. Do you want to die, or do you want your clans to be finished with you? When Aoshua coldly said, "We'll go and get it." Gritting their teeth, the three men did not have the slightest strength to resist when Aoshua's threat. They could only sorrowfully follow when Aoshua's orders to harvest the extreme violet ice grass. That's right. Now go quickly. When Aoshua nodded and sneered, the three men nodded and cautiously approached the area below. They were very clear that there were many of those strange man-eating fish hidden in the swamp. If they got too close to the water surface, they would suffer a calamity. Therefore, if they wanted to harvest the extreme violet ice grass, they had to be faster than the strange fish. Slowly approaching the area, when they were less than 10 meters away, the three men suddenly increased their speed and quickly grabbed the extreme violet ice grass below. Unfortunately, the strange fish below were even faster than them. Countless sounds of water splashing could be heard as a dense swarm of strange fish swept out and surrounded the three men. Ah! Help! When Aoshua, save us! Screams could be heard again. However, the three men's combined strength was much stronger than the red-clothed woman's. For a moment they were able to hold on. However, there were too many strange fish around and they could not hold on for too long. Therefore, the three men quickly asked When Aoshua for help. 3 pieces of trash. When Aoshua coldly snorted. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body was like a dancing butterfly as he instantly swept towards the center of the swamp. Seeing When Aoshua rushing towards them, the three men's faces were filled with joy. They knew that with When Aoshua's strength, it would not be difficult for him to save them. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the three men were too naive. When Aoshua directly passed by the three of them and swept towards the area. With a stretch of his jade-like hand, the extreme violet ice grass was immediately in his hand. When Aoshua's originally cold face could not help but reveal a joyful expression. With the extreme violet ice grass, her cultivation would definitely be able to break through to the next level. At that time, she would have more confidence in the Green Emperor ranking battle. When Aoshua, save us! We can't hold on any longer. Within the encirclement of countless strange fish, the three men's eyes were filled with hope. Seeing that When Aoshua had already obtained the extreme violet ice grass, they knew that since When Aoshua had obtained the extreme violet ice grass, it was time for him to help them. 3 pieces of trash. Even if I save you, you will only become a burden to me. You should just die here. When Aoshua shook his head. With a stomp of his jade-like foot, he actually ignored the three men and was about to sweep towards the shore. When Aoshua, we are geniuses from the same county. Furthermore, we are in this predicament because of you. How can you not save us now? Chapter 700. Dejected When Aoshua was too lazy to care about the roars of the three men. Her jade-like feet stepped into the air as she prepared to leave the center of the swamp. Rumble! All of a sudden, the entire swamp began to tremble. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Water splashed everywhere. Then, an extremely majestic black shadow shot up into the sky from the depths of the swamp. Crash! A pillar of water shot up into the sky and poured down like a storm. Then, a huge black shadow that was hundreds of feet tall appeared on the surface of the swamp. Silver scales and cold, sharp teeth. Wasn't this several hundred feet long black figure an enlarged version of those strange fish? Awo! The gigantic strange fish stared at the extreme purple ice grass in Wen Ao Shue's hand with its scarlet eyes. Its eyes were filled with rage as it roared and charged towards Wen Ao Shue. A terrifying energy exploded out, forming a terrifying water column on the surface of the swamp. Damn it! Wen Ao Shue's pretty face changed drastically when she saw the giant fish swimming towards her. Her jade-like feet repeatedly stepped in the air, and her speed soared to the extreme as she headed towards the shore. The speed of the huge, strange fish was extremely fast. In an instant it was already several feet behind Wen Ao Shue. Its sharp mouth directly bit towards Wen Ao Shue's waist without any mercy. Ask Jing Bingyu. Wen Ao Shue shouted in a tender voice. She extended her slender jade-like hands, and an oval-shaped ice mirror appeared behind her. The cold air was oppressive, and it was bone-chilling. Rumble! Unfortunately, the strength of the huge monster fish was too terrifying. The ice mirror did not hinder the speed of the monster fish at all. It was directly shattered into countless pieces by the monster fish. At this moment, Wen Ao Shue's expression was extremely unsightly. He flicked his finger and took out a crystal-clear bracelet from his spirit ring. The surface of the bracelet faintly revealed traces of icy coldness. Wen Ao Shue immediately wore the bracelet on his wrist. Instantly, his entire body emitted an endless amount of cold air. The cold air became denser and denser, as if it was roaring crazily like a hurricane. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 10 thick water pillars rushed out of the swamp. The moment the water pillars came into contact with the cold air, they immediately condensed into thick icicles. Bang! The 10 icicles were extremely tough. When the huge fish that came after them crashed into the icicles, it was actually forced back by the terrifying recoil. The snow jade bracelet is a spirit treasure personally refined by Master. How could a mere beast without intelligence break it? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Wen Ao Shue's mouth. She took a step forward and was about to leave this place when the sound of air being torn apart suddenly flashed over from behind, causing Wen Ao Shue's beautiful face to go pale. With a wave of her hand, Wen Ao Shue created an ice mirror in front of her. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air arrived as expected and directly bombarded the ice mirror. Only now did Wen Ao Shue discover that on top of the mirror of ice, there was actually a bone spear that was 3 meters long. The sharp tip of the spear was suffused with a dense cold light. This bone spear, staring at the bone spear in front of the ice mirror, Wen Ao Shue's pupils shrank. She could already guess the identity of the person who attacked. Wen Ao Shue, hand over the extreme purple ice grass. An indifferent voice rang out. A young man with an indifferent expression suddenly appeared in front of the ice mirror. His right hand reached out and grabbed the bone spear that was pressed against the ice mirror. Zhuowen, I was the one who discovered this purple ice grass first. Now you're taking advantage of me. Don't you feel shameless? Wen Ao Shue clenched her silver teeth. Looking at the young man in front of her, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Back at the moon-embracing pavilion, Zhuowen had struck the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. Even now, the memory was still fresh in her mind. Therefore, she was really afraid of the young man in front of her. Shameless? Wen Ao Shue, why does this sentence sound so unconvincing when it comes from your mouth? When it comes to shamelessness, I shouldn't be able to compare to you. A companion from the same county was used as a stepping stone by you. Moreover, you didn't save him when he was in danger. Does a scum like you have the right to say that I'm shameless? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly. Looking at Wen Ao Shue, his gaze was filled with ridicule. You bastard, what do you want? Wen Ao Shue angrily shouted. I only want the purple ice grass. Hand over the purple ice grass and I'll let you go. Zhuowen stood with his spear and said indifferently. The purple ice grass is too useful to me. I can't agree to that. Wen Ao Shui shook her head. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness as she decisively refused. If that's the case, then we can only fight. Zhuowen coldly snorted. His right hand gripped the handle of the spear. The bone spear was like an electric drill, spinning at high speed. The cold spear tip suddenly swept towards the ice mirror in front of Wen Ao Shui. Gotcha! The ice mirror was like a piece of paper. It was directly shattered into countless pieces by the bone spear. The bone spear was like a hot knife through butter as it swept towards Wen Ao Shui's forehead. Zhuowen, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You'd better not push me too far. Wen Ao Shui's jade-like feet stepped and instantly dodged Zhuowen's spear. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. Since you're not afraid of me, then come down and fight with me. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying aura surged out of Zhuowen's body. His clothes fluttered, his black hair danced wildly, and his back straightened. At this moment, Zhuowen was like an unyielding steel spear. Peak of the ultimate emperor stage? Feeling the powerful aura released by Zhuowen, Wen Ao Shui's pupils shrank to the size of needles. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. She still remembered that when Zhuowen had struck the morning bell and evening drum, his cultivation had only been at the initial stage of the ultimate emperor stage. Now, in just a few months, his cultivation had already reached the same level as hers. Both of them had reached the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. Was this guy a freak? How could he improve so quickly? Wen Ao Shui, I've already invited you to fight. Why aren't you getting down here? Or are you afraid? Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen stared at Wen Ao Shui. His voice was like thunder, reverberating above the swamp. Back then, when Zhuowen was only at the initial stage of the ultimate emperor stage, the strength he had displayed was already very terrifying. Now that he had reached the peak of the ultimate emperor stage, his strength was probably even stronger than before. At this moment, Wen Ao Shui hesitated. What? You don't dare to come down? If you don't dare to come down, then I'll go up. Zhuowen smiled coldly. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly appeared in front of Wen Ao Shui. With a flick of his right hand, the bone spear transformed into countless spear shadows that shot towards Wen Ao Shui. World of ice and snow. Wen Ao Shui's expression was gloomy. Her right hand touched her bracelet lightly. Instantly, with her as the center, terrifying cold air gathered again. Countless streams of cold air were released, condensing into walls of ice that were dozens of feet thick. This spear has a soul. It's called spear intent. Zhuowen didn't waste any time. He directly used spear intent, which he was most adept at. Instantly, countless spear shadows swept out. Accompanied by the shadows, Zhuowen's bone spear pierced forward and slammed into the walls of ice. Boom! The moment the bone spear made contact with the walls of ice, it stopped. However, Zhuowen let out a low growl. The surrounding spear shadows were like countless tadpoles as they all gathered within the bone spear. All of a sudden, the power of the bone spear reached its peak, releasing a devilish blue color. Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the ice wall, which soon became bigger and bigger. In the end, the ice wall directly shattered into countless ice shards. Swoosh! Wen Ao Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. She continuously retreated in the air as a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. This Zhuowen in front of her was extremely powerful. With just one exchange, she, Wen Ao Shui, was already at an absolute disadvantage. Zhuowen's power didn't decrease at all. He held the bone spear and once again rushed towards Wen Ao Shui with a cold expression. Here's the extreme purple ice grass. Seeing Zhuowen rushing towards her again, Wen Ao Shui gritted her teeth and flicked her finger. She directly threw the extreme purple ice grass to Zhuowen, while Wen Ao Shui quickly retreated towards the other side of the forest. Zhuowen gave her too much pressure. Wen Ao Shui knew that if they continued to fight, she would definitely lose. She might even lose her life. Zhuowen didn't continue to chase after Wen Ao Shui with his right hand. Instead, he carefully observed the extreme purple ice grass in his palm. After confirming that it was real, he nodded and returned to the swamp shore. At this moment, Qing Lian and Luo Xing had already come out and stood on the shore. Just now, Zhuowen and Wen Ao Shui's exchange of blows hadn't been long. The two women had witnessed it and their faces were filled with shock. Zhuowen's strength was really becoming more and more abnormal. Wen Ao Shui's cultivation was obviously the same as Zhuowen's, but when the two of them fought, Wen Ao Shui was actually at a disadvantage. She was even forced to voluntarily hand over the extreme purple ice grass. Luo Xing, take this extreme purple ice grass. With this, you should be able to smoothly advance to the ultimate six-wheel Emperor realm. Zhuowen said with a smile as he tossed the extreme purple ice grass to Luo Xing with his right hand. Zhuowen, thank you so much. Luo Xing's face was filled with joy as she received the extreme purple ice grass. She looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of gratitude. We're from the same county. It's only right that we help each other. Zhuowen waved his hand. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness when she heard this. She sighed silently in her heart. Is it only because we're from the same county? Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for too long. The battle just now may have attracted the attention of other cultivators nearby. Let's leave this place. Luo Xing needs to refine the extreme purple ice grass. We need to find a quiet place. The two women didn't object. They nodded and quickly left the swamp with Zhuowen. Not long after the three of them left, many figures rushed out of the dense forest. There were at least 20 people. These people looked at the swamp that had regained its peace with puzzlement. After they didn't discover anything, these people vigilantly stared at the others around them. Their eyes flashed and their faces contained a faint killing intent. There were only 100 spots on the Green Emperor list. If one wanted to obtain a spot, they had to obtain enough marks. In order to obtain a mark, they had to fight for a long time. Therefore, these cultivators stared at each other with vigilant eyes. Just a bunch of ants. While these people were confronting each other, an indifferent voice slowly came from the depths of the dense forest. Then, two figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. First Prince Huangfu Wudao and second Prince Huangfu Wuji? Run! After recognizing the two figures, more than 30 people gasped and scattered like birds and beasts. Huangfu Wuji and Huangfu Wudao were monstrous geniuses in the top 10 of the Green Emperor list. Huangfu Wudao was ranked first. When these two monstrous geniuses were together, they didn't have the slightest intention to resist. The only thought in their hearts was to escape. Escape? I think it's better for you to leave your marks. Chapter 701. Wheel of the Glorious Sun. Before long, the pitiful cries came to an abrupt end as a dragon-shaped mark flew into Huangfu Wudao's palm. 32 marks. This time's harvest is quite good. Looking at the marks in his palm, Huangfu Wudao revealed a cruel smile. Standing beside Huangfu Wudao's face twitched. Huangfu Wudao was far too overbearing. Every time he attacked, he would kill them all. Moreover, he would keep all the marks he obtained, never giving any to Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao had followed Huangfu Wudao for so long, but he hadn't even obtained a single mark. Big brother, I think we should split up. After all, with our strength, there is no need for us to stay together. Huangfu Wudao's eyes flashed as he cupped his hands together, a warm smile on his face. Huangfu Wudao looked at Huangfu Wuji with surprise, the corners of his mouth revealing a deep smile as he lightly said, "What second brother says makes sense. Then, let's split up and move." As he spoke, Huangfu Wudao directly passed by Huangfu Wudao, heading towards another part of the forest. He didn't even say a word before leaving. Huangfu Wudao shrugged his shoulders. He simply didn't care about Huangfu Wudao's rude attitude. He had long since become accustomed to it. In Huangfu Wudao's eyes, Huangfu Wudao was simply a freak, a fanatical madman. Once he went crazy, there was nothing he couldn't do. This was because in Huang Fu Wudao's heart, there was no morality or justice. To Huang Fu Wudao, as long as you were strong enough, you could plunder anything. This was the right of the strong. After Huang Fu Wudao left, Huang Fu Wudao let out a light breath. Even though Huang Fu Wudao was a scheming person in front of his big brother, he still felt a great deal of pressure. It's time to properly collect the marks. If I can meet that little bastard Zhuowen in the heart of darkness, that would be for the best. That little bastard must be eliminated as soon as possible. As he recalled the humiliation he had suffered in the intoxicating spring pavilion, Huang Fu Wudao's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had actually lost to that lowly boy in a gambling match. Moreover, Huang Fu Wudao's strength was far greater than Zhuowen's. But because of the song, he had been defeated. This caused Huang Fu Wudao to be unwilling. Afterwards, Lu Hantian had tyrannically forced him to kneel in front of Zhuowen, causing Huang Fu Wudao's hatred for Zhuowen. Huang Fu Wudao was Huang Fu Wudao's highest and Emperorian. Emperor Azure Emperor was Huang Fu Wudao's Huang Fu Wudao, Huang Fu Wudao's Huang Fu Wudao. Lu Hantian. The Grand Tutor was an existence that was second only to one person. Even his elder brother, Huang Fu Wudao, was inferior to the Grand Tutor. Only the Qing Emperor had a higher status than the Grand Tutor. Huang Fu Wudao's Wudao was Huang Fu Wudao, Wudao's Wudao Wudao, Wudao, Huang Fu Wudao's and Huang's and Zhuowen. You'd better not let me see you, otherwise it will be difficult for you to escape death. Huang Fu Wudao coldly snorted. Then, with a single step, he disappeared into the forest. In another part of the forest, a youth with a 10-foot-long saber on his back was slowly walking through the forest. His eyes were looking straight ahead, his expression calm and indifferent. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a series of air-piercing sounds were heard from all directions. 20 silhouettes stood around the forest, and looked down at the young man who was still walking in a leisurely manner. Guosheng, it seems that we're quite lucky to run into each other in the heart of darkness. In front of the 20 figures, a gloomy youth with triangular eyes slowly walked out. His eyes were as sharp as a viper's as he stared at Guosheng. His tone was strange. Guosheng looked up, staring at the triangular-eyed youth. He indifferently said, "Feng Yong, what is the meaning of this?" This triangular-eyed youth was the #1 genius of the Feng family, Feng Yong. He was currently ranked 8th on the Green Emperor decree, ahead of Guosheng. Guosheng was ranked 9th. What do you think I'm doing? If I can eliminate a competitor ahead of time, then there will be one less person competing for the top 5 spots on the Green Emperor decree. Feng Yong sinisterly smiled. Ha! Feng Yong, do you think you have the qualifications to compete for the top 5 spots on the Green Emperor decree? Guosheng crossed his arms, sneering. Do you think I don't? If it weren't for Huang Fu Wudao's special cultivation method, allowing him to win against me by a fluke, then I'm afraid my ranking would have been even higher. As for you, you're just a defeated opponent. Eliminating you in advance will save me some time. Feng Yong crossed his arms, calmly looking down at Guosheng. His face was filled with the confidence of victory. Everyone knew that the ranking on the Green Emperor decree was extremely important. As long as one could enter the top 5 spots on the Green Emperor decree, then they would have the opportunity to participate in the Excellent Divine Academy's entrance exam. The Excellent Divine Academy was a terrifying influence in the Eastern lands that was second only to the Blue Dragon Hall. Although it was only the entrance exam, if one was lucky enough to enter the Excellent Divine Academy, then their future would be meteoric. Moreover, it was said that the Excellent Divine Academy's teaching staff was extremely terrifying. Most martial artists that could study there would reach the Golden Exalt realm or above. There were even many peerless powerhouses that had successfully broken through to the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm was extremely difficult to break through. This was something that all martial artists in the Azure Profound Empire knew. But the Excellent Divine Academy was able to cultivate such a powerhouse. This was enough to prove just how attractive the resources and conditions of the excellent Divine Academy were. Thus, the top 5 spots on the Green Emperor decree held an extraordinary significance to countless geniuses. Only by entering the top 5 spots on the Green Emperor decree would one have the qualifications to participate in the excellent Divine Academy's entrance exam. Only then would one have a faint hope of entering the excellent Divine Academy. Although it was only a faint hope, none of the martial artists wanted to give up so easily. This was a chance for them to leap over the Dragon Gate. Huang Fu Wuji is ranked 7. Even if you defeat Huang Fu Wuji, what use is it? There are still 2 masters in front of you blocking you from entering the top 5. Guoxing coldly sneered. These past few years of bitter cultivation have already caused my cultivation to soar. I dare to guarantee that I will have a place in the top 5 spots on the Green Emperor decree. Feng Yong lifted his head high, his voice cold and detached. You aren't the only one whose cultivation has increased. Everyone's cultivation has soared. Do you think that the cultivation of all the other geniuses has remained stagnant? Guoxing shook his head, his voice filled with ridicule. You're just a defeated opponent of mine. What face do you have to preach to me? Let me see just how much you've grown in these past few years. Feng Yong narrowed his eyes. Guoxing's rebuttals had thoroughly enraged him. His gaze gathered on Guoxing's body, filled with a thick chill. As for how much I've grown, you'll only know after you try. Guoxing no longer spoke any more nonsense. He suddenly pulled out the large saber on his back. An aura that was like that of a wild beast suddenly poured out, accompanied by countless saber energies. With Guoxing as the center, a terrifying hurricane was formed. The peak of the ultimate 7-wheel Emperor realm? How did your cultivation improve so quickly? Feng Yong's pupil shrank when he sensed the terrifying aura released by Guoxing. Such a cultivation was already on par with his. In addition, Guoxing had comprehended saber intent. Such an opponent was the most difficult and terrifying to deal with. Feng Yong's expression was extremely ugly. Back then, Guoxing was much weaker than him. Although Guoxing had also comprehended saber intent, he was far from being a match for him. Therefore, Guoxing's ranking on the Green Emperor decree was 1 rank lower than his. However, Guoxing was now also at the peak of the ultimate 7-wheel Emperor realm. His cultivation was already on par with his. Coupled with the terrifying saber intent, Feng Yong's confidence began to waver. I've said that no one stays the same. While your cultivation is improving by leaps and bounds, the other geniuses are also improving. Some of them who are more talented than you are improving much faster than you. Feng Yong, you're too conceited. Now, take my saber. Guoxing's indifferent voice rang out. With a twist of his right wrist, the terrifying saber started to spin like a windmill. Instantly, countless saber shadows spread out and filled the dense forest. It was as if the sky and the earth were filled with saber shadows. Damn it! Your saber intent has also broken through. Damn it, how did you break through so quickly? The moment Guoxing used his saber intent, Feng Yong's face turned ashen. Not only was Guoxing's cultivation on par with his, but his saber intent had also improved a lot. Guoxing's saber had already reached a higher level. Dazzling sun roulette. Guoxing, so what if you've comprehended saber intent? It's not that easy to defeat me. Feng Yong shouted. A dazzling and terrifying golden light burst out from behind him. A dazzling golden roulette that was dozens of feet long slowly rose behind Feng Yong. It was like a small sun. Really? Saber intent, destroy everything for me. Guoxing coldly snorted. The large blade in his right hand slashed out horizontally. Instantly, countless blade shadows slashed towards Feng Yong, who was in the middle, like thousands of swords returning to their original form. The powerful killing force almost shattered the surrounding space. Crack! The huge roulette behind Feng Yong only lasted for 5 breaths of time under the powerful saber intent. Then, it shattered into countless golden fragments. Spurt! Feng Yong spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. His eyes were filled with intense fear. One saber. Guosheng had only used one saber move and Feng Yong had been defeated. The difference between the two was too great. Feng Yong, the one who should stay today is not me, but you. Guosheng laughed loudly. With a stomp of his foot, the saber aura around his body surged as he rushed towards Feng Yong. Feng Yong's face was filled with fear. When he saw Guosheng rushing towards him, he screamed and immediately turned around to escape. His speed had soared to the extreme. When Feng Yong fled, the disciples of the Feng family that he had brought with him on the tree trunk also wanted to escape with him. Since Feng Yong has escaped, all of you will stay here. Guosheng's sharp gaze landed on the 20 people around him. His saber aura changed. Countless saber aura erupted and spread in all directions. Ah! Shrill screams resounded. None of the 20 people that Feng Yong had brought with him survived under the saber aura. Swoosh! 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 More than 20 seals flew out and were caught in Guosheng's palm. Chapter 702. Falling Star Breakthrough Rustle. Deep in the forest, a beautiful figure slowly walked out. It was a young woman in her prime. She wore a beautiful silk dress and had a graceful figure. Every frown and smile of hers was enchanting. Grand Lily. Looking at this beautiful figure, Guosheng's eyes were filled with dread. He didn't think that the one hidden deep in the forest would be the #1 genius of the Grand family, Grand Lily. Grand Lily was stronger than Huangfu Wuji. She was not a monstrous genius that Feng Yong could compare with. Even though Guosheng's cultivation and saber intent had greatly increased, it was still difficult for him to face Grand Lily. You are truly worthy of being the direct disciple of Empyrean Tyrant Blade. In just a few short years your progress has been so great. Even Feng Yong is no match for you. Grand Lily sweetly smiled, a trace of surprise in her eyes as she looked at Guosheng. Guosheng was only ranked 9th on the Green Emperor proclamation. She had never paid attention to him before. But now, with the strength that Guosheng had revealed, even Grand Lily felt a trace of threat. This Guosheng's talent was truly formidable. No wonder Empyrean Tyrant Blade had accepted him as a disciple. Miss Grand Lily is too polite. If I were to be compared to you, I would be far from enough. Guosheng faintly smiled, secretly being on guard. Don't be too nervous. Right now, we are only selecting the top 100 rankings of the Green Emperor proclamation. There is no need for us to fight to the death. That is simply not worth it, so I will not attack you. As if sensing Guosheng's small movements, Grand Lily faintly smiled and casually said. Guosheng narrowed his eyes, not relaxing his vigilance in the slightest. He lightly said, I heard that Miss Grand Lily has an engagement with Muqin County's Zhuowen? That Zhuowen's talent is very strong. I once exchanged blows with him, and his talent is no weaker than mine. Perhaps he will be able to enter the top 10 rankings of the Green Emperor proclamation. Grand Lily's eyes were cold. She indifferently said, That engagement is nothing but a joke. What is the status of the Zhuo family, and what is the status of our Grand family? Moreover, you think too highly of that Zhuowen. Although that fellow has some talent, it is unlikely that he will enter the top 10 rankings of the Green Emperor proclamation. Hearing this, Guosheng raised his eyebrows. Gloria's tone was a little wrong. It seemed that she wasn't particularly satisfied with the engagement with Zhuowen. Could it be that your Glen family wants to break the contract? I remember that this marriage contract was personally signed by the patriarch of your Grant family. Don't you think it's too immoral to break the contract now? Guosheng frowned. Back in the house of Marquis Qin, Guosheng had exchanged a few blows with Zhuowen. He actually had a good impression of Zhuowen. Now that he saw Grand Lily belittling Zhuowen, Guosheng felt slightly uncomfortable. This isn't a matter of breaking the contract. It's that Zhuowen isn't worthy of me, and the Zhua family isn't worthy of our Grant family. This is our family matter. You seem to be meddling too much." At this point, Grand Lily's expression turned hostile. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits as she stared coldly at Guoxing, causing the latter to feel a strong sense of threat. "Perhaps. However, Zhuowen isn't the ordinary genius that you think he is. That guy isn't simple." Guoxing shook his head and stopped arguing with Grand Lily. With a stomp of his foot, countless sword chi surrounded him. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dense forest. "Not simple? In my opinion, he's just a piece of trash. So what if his martial arts talent is high? Zhuowen, who has a useless armor soul, once he enters the Four Venerables realm, he'll be a complete piece of trash." Grand Haohai had already told Grand Lily that the broken jade tripod armor soul that Zhuowen had was a useless armor soul. Although Zhuowen's talent was indeed very strong, what was the use of having strong talent? When the Four Venerables realm martial artists had their armor souls materialized, the armor soul would have an extremely obvious effect on the martial artists. To put it bluntly, if there were Four Venerables realm martial artists of the same rank, if one of the martial artists had a higher quality armor soul, he would be able to suppress the other martial artist who had a weaker armor soul. A useless armor soul was equivalent to an armor soul that couldn't assist the martial artist at all. All strength could only rely on the martial artist's own martial arts strength. Unknowingly, the armor soul was much weaker than the martial artists who had powerful armor souls. Shaking her head, Grand Lily didn't take Zhuowen seriously at all. If Guoxing hadn't suddenly mentioned Zhuowen, Grand Lily wouldn't have even mentioned him. This was because in Grand Lily's opinion, Zhuowen was definitely one of the insignificant stepping stones on her martial arts path. She didn't need to care about him at all. Thinking of this, Grand Lily shook her head and left the dense forest. The curtain of night was like a black dragon that slowly descended. The originally gloomy forest became even darker under the curtain of night. At the bottom of a remote cliff in the heart of darkness, there was an extremely hidden cave. At this moment, a bonfire flickered in the cave, faintly revealing the figures of 3 people. In the center of the cave, a bonfire surged. 3 people sat around the bonfire, 2 women and 1 man. They were Zhuowen, Qinglian, and Luo Xing. During the day, after Zhuowen forcefully snatched the extreme purple ice grass from Wen Ao Shui's hands, he led the 3 of them out of the swamp. After searching for a while, they finally found this rather remote cave. Luo Xing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. Now that he had the extreme purple ice grass, a grade 6 spiritual herb, his chances of breaking through to the ultimate emperor realm were much higher. Thus, he needed to find a quiet place to break through. This remote cave was just right. Luo Xing, how confident are you in breaking through to the ultimate emperor realm this time? Zhuowen casually tossed a withered branch into the bonfire. His eyelids drooped slightly, and his voice was calm and hopeful. Once Luo Xing broke through to the ultimate emperor realm, he would be of great help to him. If I didn't have the extreme purple ice grass, I would only have a 30% chance. But now that I have the extreme purple ice grass, I have an 80% chance. Luo Xing said with bright eyes. 80%? Hearing this, Zhuowen and Qinglian's eyes lit up. An 80% chance was already extremely high. This meant that Luo Xing was very confident in her breakthrough this time. How long will it take? Zhuowen continued to ask. A month at most, Luo Xing said with gritted teeth. Good. This cave will be your closed seclusion place then. This 1 month's time, we'll stand guard for you. Zhuowen said with a smile. A month was neither too long nor too short. It was about the same as Zhuowen's plan. Thank you very much. Luo Xing looked gratefully at Zhuowen and Qinglian. Then she stood up and walked into the depths of the cave. At the end of the cave there was a natural cave. It was the most suitable place for seclusion cultivation. I hope senior sister Luo Xing can successfully break through this time, Qing Lian said with clenched fists as she watched Luo Xing leave. Don't worry. Luo Xing is very talented. Now that she has the extreme purple ice grass, she has a very high chance of breaking through, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Yes, I hope so. Qing Lian nodded and said softly. Time gradually passed. A month had passed very quickly. Most of the warriors in the Heart of Darkness had already started fighting. Many of the weaker warriors had been eliminated by the stronger ones. However, there were also some opportunistic warriors. After obtaining a small number of seals, they found a secret place to hide. There were only 2 months left before the Peach Blossom origin chart ended. They knew that after these 2 months, as long as they were not eliminated early, they might be lucky enough to enter the top 100 on the Green Emperor ranking. Many of them had such thoughts. Basically, they did not dare to provoke the geniuses on the Green Emperor ranking, especially the top 10 on the Green Emperor ranking. As soon as they saw the top 10 geniuses on the Green Emperor ranking, most warriors would run away immediately. Even if they could not escape, they would throw away the seals in their hands. It was because of this effect that although the top 10 warriors on the Green Emperor ranking were very powerful, they did not have many battles. Naturally, they did not obtain many seals. In this regard, the top 10 warriors on the Green Emperor ranking were extremely helpless. The moment they met the top 10 warriors, they would run away faster than rabbit. They could not catch up to them even if they wanted to. There was an empty space outside the remote mountain cave. Zhuowen leaned against the rock wall with narrowed eyes, silently waiting for something. On the other hand, Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were staring at the interior of the mountain cave. Her gaze was filled with anticipation. Rumble! Suddenly, the sky above the cave changed color. Countless dark clouds gathered and terrifying thunderbolts the size of buckets struck down from the dark clouds. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with thunderbolts, as if it had turned into a world of thunder. 6 rounds of tribulation of heaven and earth? Zhuowen and Qing Lian raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the countless thunderbolts that had gathered in the sky. They were both moved. They knew that Luo Xing had successfully broken through. I wonder if senior sister can successfully pass through the tribulation of heaven and earth? Qing Lian asked worriedly. Rumble! A thunderbolt struck down, causing the entire mountain to crumble. Amidst the rubble, a graceful figure soared into the sky. With a wave of her hand, countless starlight filled the air. The thunderbolt was like a clay ox entering the sea, annihilating it directly. Rumble! Rumble! Another thunderbolt struck down, turning into a 5-fingered lightning claw in the sky, blasting towards Rumble. Senior sister Rumble! Qing Lian cried out worriedly. There's still one final lightning tribulation. The might of this final lightning tribulation is even more terrifying than the 5-fingered lightning claw earlier. If Luo Xing wants to block it, it will likely be very dangerous, Zhuowen said with a slight frown. Rumble! The last thunder tribulation descended and turned into a thunder dragon that was hundreds of feet long. With a roar, the thunder dragon swooped down and blasted towards the tiny falling star. The thunder dragon was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the space would collapse completely. Zhuowen! It is impossible for senior sister Rumble to withstand the last thunderbolt. What should we do? Feeling the terrifying lightning dragon in the sky, Qing Lian's face turned pale. Her eyes were filled with tears, making her look pitiful. Let's try the golden phoenix flame and see if it can withstand it. Chapter 703. The arrival of Huangfu Wujie, resounding phoenix cry resounded across the sky. Immediately, the enormous phoenix illusory figure suddenly soared high into the sky, instantly wrapping around the falling star in the sky. Rumble! The enormous thunder dragon swooped down and instantly arrived above the phoenix phantom. For a moment, the cries of the dragon and phoenix resounded through the void, loud and ear-piercing. Soon after, a terrifying explosion rose from the void, and the mountain below trembled violently. Then, a miserable figure fell from the sky. Zhuowen shook his sleeve, and a powerful force surged out. Luo Xing's falling figure slowed down and landed safely. Senior Sister Luo Xing, are you all right? As soon as Luo Xing landed, Qing Lian immediately stepped forward and looked at her with concern. I'm fine. In the end, it was all thanks to Zhuowen's Phoenix Phantom. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block the last thunder tribulation. Luo Xing shook her head and stared at Zhuowen with eyes full of gratitude. She knew that if it weren't for Zhuowen's Phoenix projection blocking in front of her, she would have most likely died under the lightning dragon's attack. Luo Xing, congratulations on breaking through to the ultimate six-wheel emperor stage. However, let's leave this place first. The 6 heavenly tribulations caused too much of a commotion. I'm afraid that it has attracted many cultivators. Zhuowen stepped forward with an extremely solemn expression. The 6 heavenly tribulations caused too much of a commotion. It would be difficult not to attract attention. Zhuowen is right. Let's leave this place quickly. Qing Lian also came to the side of the other two. The 3 of them agreed and nodded. Just as they were about to leave, a loud laughter suddenly sounded from the open space in front of them. Ha ha! Zhuowen, it seems that we're really fated to meet in the heart of darkness. Let's see how you'll escape from me this time. A sharp sound broke through the air and instantly arrived in front of the open space. A tall figure wearing a brocade robe appeared. It was the second prince Huangfu Wuji, who had separated from Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wuji? Fallen Star and Clear Lotus cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with fear. Huangfu Wuji was a monstrous genius ranked in the top 10 of the Blue Emperor decree. His strength was far greater than Zhuowen's. They never thought that Huangfu Wuji would actually come here. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji's eyes were filled with excitement. He had originally been near the cave because he had been attracted by the heavenly calamity of the falling star. He never imagined that he would run into Zhuowen here. This was truly a small world. Zhuowen, you're a coward. That day at the Drunken Spring Pavilion, you didn't even dare to take 3 of my moves. A coward like you living in this world is simply a waste of food. Huangfu Wuji's eyes were locked onto Zhuowen's body. He grinned, revealing a row of cold white teeth. At this moment, he seemed extremely cold and terrifying. Coward? Huangfu Wuji, I have never seen anyone with such thick skin like you in my entire life. You were the one who proposed the bet, but you lost. Not only did you not admit it, but you even shamelessly asked me to take 3 of your moves. I, Zhuowen, would like to ask you something. You are the second prince of the imperial family, a high official, and also a monstrous genius ranked in the top 10 of the Blue Emperor decree. Your strength is far greater than mine, and yet you still want me to take 3 of your moves after losing the bet. Even a fool wouldn't agree to such a condition, right? But you are so shameless as to openly propose it. Don't you think it shameful? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. His complexion became even colder, and his lips curved in a sneer. You really are a bastard with a sharp tongue. No matter how eloquent you are, you will not be able to change the fate of your death today. Huangfu Wuji coldly snorted. He didn't want to argue with Zhuowen. With a single step, a terrifying aura gushed out from him. Huangfu Wuji was a genuine powerhouse at the peak of the extreme 7-wheel emperor realm. Even Guo Xing feared him. As this aura was released, Zhuowen's complexion became a bit ugly. Although Zhuowen had many cards in his hands, Huangfu Wuji's cultivation was an entire large boundary higher than his own. If he were to face Huangfu Wuji, even Zhuowen wasn't sure he could win. Clear Lotus, Falling Star, you two leave first. Otherwise, you will only become a burden to me. Zhuowen turned his head and shouted at Cool Spring and Falling Star. Huangfu Wuji was far too powerful. Zhuowen didn't have the strength to protect these 2 women. Leaving now was the wisest choice. But Zhuowen, Clear Lotus seemed to want to say something, but she was interrupted by Zhuowen. Zhuowen calmly said. Hurry up and leave this place. I, Zhuowen, am not so easy to kill. This Huangfu Wuji doesn't have the strength to kill me. Clear Lotus. Zhuowen is right. Let's hurry up and leave. We will only become a burden to him if we stay here. Falling Star was much calmer. She quickly grabbed onto Clear Lotus and deeply gazed at Zhuowen's back. Then, she left with Clear Lotus. What a touching scene. A hero saving a beauty? Unfortunately, this hero will soon die. Huangfu Wuji calmly stood in front of them. He didn't stop Falling Star and Clear Lotus from leaving. His goal was only Zhuowen. Die. That's not necessarily true. Turning around, Zhuowen's eyes became indifferent. He pulled out the dragon scale tyrant bone spear and coldly stared at Huangfu Wuji. Whoosh, whoosh. Due to the commotion caused by the world calamity, some of the cultivators who were further away from the area had also been attracted over. When they saw the two figures quietly facing each other in the open space in front of them, all of them revealed stunned expressions. Second Prince Huangfu Wuji? Who is the other person? He actually dares to stand in front of Huangfu Wuji without fear. His courage is not small. The surrounding crowd recognized Huangfu Wuji. As for Zhuowen's face, many of them were unfamiliar with him. They all knew that Zhuowen wasn't one of the top 10 geniuses on the Azure Emperor decree. That person seems to be Muqin County's Zhuowen. He's the Zhuowen that once gambled with Huangfu Wuji at the intoxicated Spring Pavilion. Suddenly, someone recognized Zhuowen. Unfortunately, this voice was ignored. Although the intoxicated Spring Pavilion had been very lively, there hadn't been many geniuses present. Most of the geniuses present were the representatives of the 8 great counties. Besides those extremely powerful geniuses, most of the geniuses present didn't know about the gambling match between Zhuowen and Huangfu Wuji. When some people called out Zhuowen's name, most of them revealed looks of confusion. It looks like this Zhuowen is planning on fighting against the second Prince Huangfu Wuji? This boy is simply courting death. However, this boy's courage is commendable. He actually dares to fight against the second prince. Many people had mocking expressions on their faces. These martial artists were well aware of just how strong Huangfu Wuji was. This was the 7th-ranked ruthless character on the Azure Emperor decree. Perhaps it was because of the confrontation between Huangfu Wuji and Zhuowen, but the surrounding martial artists temporarily gave up on fighting for the symbol. Their eyes were all focused on the two people standing in the center of the open space. Zhuowen, with so many people bearing witness to your death, you should be able to die without regrets. Huangfu Wuji could also feel the large number of martial artists surrounding him. The corners of his lips curled up as he glared at Zhuowen, his voice thick with killing intent. Nonsense. If you really want to kill me, then just come at me. What's the point of spouting so much nonsense? Zhuowen coldly said. As these words came out, Huangfu Wuji's complexion froze. His eyes were filled with a monstrous rage. This Zhuowen was far too presumptuous. He actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. He would make sure this boy died a miserable death. Since you want to die so much, then I'll help you. With a cold snort, Huangfu Wuji stamped his foot and shot forwards like an arrow. Wherever he went, countless astral winds would be created, and the space around him seemed to show faint signs of collapsing. Chi. At the same time, 2 purple energies emerged from Huangfu Wuji's hands, turning into 2 purple energy blades that shined with a cold light. Huangfu Wuji arrived in an instant. The energy blade in his right hand slashed out, falling from the sky as it smashed towards Zhuowen's forehead, turning into a dazzling purple light in the air. Zhuowen's complexion was dignified. This Huangfu Wuji gave him an enormous amount of pressure, so he could not be careless. This spear has a soul. It is called spear intent. With a step, Zhuowen gently took 2 steps back. He raised the bone spear in his right hand, and the bone spear fiercely rose up. A terrifying concept power violently gushed out, forming countless tadpole-like blue spear shadows around Zhuowen's body. Kung! The bone spear soared into the sky, wrapped in countless spear shadows. The sharp spear point accurately blocked the purple energy blade that was chopping down from the sky. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of metal rang out. Then, the ground between Huang Fu Wuji and Zhuowen began to crack, like a spider web that spread out in all directions. Huang Fu Wuji's strike had actually been blocked by Zhuowen. In the eyes of everyone present, this scene was simply inconceivable. That Zhuowen was actually able to block Huang Fu Wuji's strike. It seems that this boy is not simple at all. The eyes of the surrounding geniuses flashed. Their original contempt for Zhuowen had weakened by a great deal. They also understood that this Zhuowen was not weak. It was no wonder that Huang Fu Wuji had specifically targeted him. Spear intent? Huang Fu Wuji narrowed his eyes. As he felt the spear intent on the bone spear, a trace of surprise appeared in his heart. This Zhuowen's talent was quite good. He was actually able to comprehend the mysterious power of concept. But so what if it is spear intent? In the face of absolute strength, it is still nothing but trash. Huang Fu Wuji coldly smiled. The purple energy blade in his left hand was ready to be released, chopping down at Zhuowen from bottom to top. Its momentum was like a rainbow, and its power was peerless. The power of this strike was even more terrifying than before. Zhuowen's complexion changed. The spear in his hand changed, and the countless spear shadows around him suddenly condensed in front of him, wanting to block Huang Fu Wuji's strike. Bang! The purple energy blade arrived in an instant. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he discovered that the countless spear shadows around him had actually shattered, scattering into countless blue powders. Whoosh! The purple energy blade did not slow down. It continued to sweep towards Zhuowen's chest. Its speed was fast to the extreme, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. Even Zhuowen couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Block it for me. Chapter 704. Purple Shadow Kill. Deng deng deng. Zhuowen was forced back several steps. He stared at Huang Fu Wuji in front of him, his face gloomy to the extreme. Huang Fu Wuji's strength was truly formidable. Even though Zhuowen had used his spear intent, he was still at a disadvantage. Your strength is not bad, but the difference between you and me is too great. Today you will die, Zhuowen. Huang Fu Wuji licked his lips and sneered. His entire body shot out like an arrow from a bow. The purple energy blades in his hands shot out, rushing towards Zhuowen once more. Pung pung pung. For a time, the sounds of metal striking metal constantly resounded in the open space. Then, countless dazzling sparks appeared around them as the two of them battled once more. Unfortunately, Huang Fu Wuji was simply too strong. Under his purple energy blades, Zhuowen was basically being suppressed. He simply didn't have the strength to fight back. That Zhuowen's strength is not bad. He can actually fight with Huang Fu Wuji to this degree. Unfortunately, the difference between the two of them is too great. Zhuowen is simply not Huang Fu Wuji's match. The surrounding geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. They had also noticed the spear intent that Zhuowen had displayed just now. Naturally, they had a higher opinion of Zhuowen. A martial artist that could control the power of concepts was basically a heaven-gifted genius. Their future potential was limitless. As long as this Zhuowen was given enough time, he would inevitably become an incredible powerhouse. Unfortunately, this boy would soon be strangled in the cradle by Huang Fu Wuji. This was because the difference between the two of them was simply too great. Zhuowen, this is the final strike. This strike will send you directly to the Yellow Springs. Huang Fu Wuji coldly shouted. The purple energy blades in his hands swept out, violently sweeping towards Zhuowen. Suddenly, countless purple lights appeared in the air, covering the sky in layers. It looked very illusory. Purple Shadow Kill. A low and deep voice came out from Huang Fu Wuji's mouth. Huang Fu Wuji leapt up, and the two energy blades in his hands slashed out. Suddenly, countless purple lights gathered in the air, turning into a sky full of energy blades. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless chi blades shot towards Zhuowen. It was as if 10,000 swords had been released, and it looked extremely terrifying. What a terrifying move! Zhuowen is finished. I'm afraid he won't be able to block so many terrifying chi blades. Looking at the purple energy blades that filled the skies, the surrounding people all revealed looks of horror. Huang Fu Wuji's purple shadow's killing power was extremely terrifying. They didn't even have the slightest will to resist. Six-colored refining flame. Open it. Zhuowen shouted. Instantly, 6 types of earth fire gushed out and merged into a 6-colored refining flame. CI. The 6-colored refining flames surged out and surrounded Zhuowen's body, turning into a 6-colored fire escape that surrounded Zhuowen. Boom! Boom! Countless chi blades hit the 6-colored flame shield, and suddenly, countless 6-colored sparks flew out, and strange sounds rang out. What surprised Zhuowen was that the 6-colored flame shield actually showed signs of collapsing under the attack of the chi blade. What a terrifying attack! This Huang Fu Wuji's purple shadow's killing power is actually so strong? Zhuowen's complexion turned ugly. He was well aware of just how strong the 6-colored refining flame shield was. As soon as they came into contact, the 6-colored refining flame shield actually showed signs of collapsing. It was obvious that the 6-colored refining flame shield wouldn't be able to last much longer. You little bastard, you actually have 6 types of earth fire on your body. But, so what? I can still destroy you. Huang Fu Wuji sinisterly laughed. He suddenly swooped down, and the purple chi blades in his hands grew to several tens of feet long. With a twist of his hands, they pierced into the 6-colored flame shield. Bang! A thunderous sound rang out, and the 6-colored flame shield collapsed into countless sparks. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, his face incomparably pale. Die! Huang Fu Wuji rushed out, instantly catching up to Zhuowen. The purple chi blades in his hands shot out, piercing towards Zhuowen's chest. Infinite Sword Array! Zhuowen roared. He had finally taken out the Infinite Sword Array. The pressure that Huang Fu Wuji had given him was far too great. He had no choice but to use the Infinite Sword Array. A terrifying soul force swept out from his Naiwen palace. Then, a cold light shot out from his spirit ring, circling around Zhuowen's body, forming an impenetrable wall. Pung! The purple chi blades arrived, crashing into the Infinite Sword Array. Countless sparks flew out, but they were unable to penetrate the Infinite Sword Array's defenses. Deng deng deng! With the help of the counterforce, Zhuowen twisted his waist in midair. His feet stepped on the ground, and a massive sword array surrounded his body. His face was solemn as he stared at Huang Fu Wuji. Infinite Sword Array? I never thought that the Treasure Pavilion's Infinite Sword Array would be in your hands, and that you would also be an Arcana Master. Huang Fu Wuji rubbed his numb hand. The Infinite Sword Array was far too solid. Even he found it difficult to break through its defenses. The counterforce that passed through the array's surface even caused his hand to feel numb. However, what surprised Huang Fu Wuji was that Zhuowen was actually able to control the Infinite Sword Array. According to what he knew, the Infinite Sword Array was an incomplete 5th-grade origin array. In order to control the Infinite Sword Array, one would need at least a 4th-grade soul force. But Zhuowen in front of him not only possessed the Infinite Sword Array, but he was also able to control it as he wished. It was obvious that Zhuowen was also a 4th-grade Arcana Master. The many surrounding geniuses were also stunned by Zhuowen's sudden change. They didn't think that Zhuowen would suddenly take out the Infinite Sword Array, nor did they think that he would be an Arcana Master with such a strong soul force. This Zhuowen actually cultivates both martial arts and soul force at the same time. Isn't this fellow too monstrous? His martial arts boundary isn't low, and even his soul force isn't weak. As everyone was stunned, Zhuowen took a deep breath. His eyes filled with dread as he stared at Huangfu Wuji. He said, "I have the infinite sword array. You, Huangfu Wuji, cannot kill me. This isn't the ranking tournament yet, so it wouldn't be good to let others reap the benefit." As he spoke, Zhuowen stared at the numerous martial artists around him. Zhuowen was very clear that if he and Huangfu Wuji were to fight and both sides were severely wounded, then the ones who would obtain the greatest benefits would be these martial artists, who were eyeing them covetously. Reap the benefits? Zhuowen, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that if you fight with me, both of us will be severely wounded? What a joke. So what if you have the infinite sword array? I will still be able to kill you. Huangfu Wuji proudly smiled. His feet stepped into the air, and he once again rushed towards Zhuowen. The purple blades of energy in his hands became even larger, faintly revealing a sharp intent. You've forced me to do this. Zhuowen coldly snorted. He waved his right hand, and the countless swords around him turned into countless cold lights that shot towards Huangfu Wuji. The infinite sword formation can't stop me, Zhuowen. Countless sword lights instantly surrounded Huangfu Wuji. However, Huangfu Wuji wasn't worried at all. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Can't stop you? Then you can try. Infinite sword array, weeping blood style. Zhuowen sneered. Countless strands of soul force gushed out, and he immediately used the first of the 5 sword moves of the infinite sword array, the weeping blood style. Countless sword cries sounded out. Then, from the void, a drop of blood fell down, falling into the infinite sword array. Suddenly, the entire sword array was covered in a blood-red color. A chilling aura slowly rose up from the sword array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword lights shot out, smashing towards Huangfu Wuji. Blood energy filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood billowed out. Purple shadow kill. Huangfu Wuji coldly shouted. He once again waved out the purple blade of air in his hand. Suddenly, countless blades of air appeared, rushing towards the sword lights around him. The sound of metal clanging against metal filled the air. You have some skill. Unfortunately, do you think that this is the extent of my strength? Huangfu Wuji coldly smiled. He squeezed his hands together, and the purple blade of air was crushed, scattering into countless purple starlight. The starlight gathered, turning into a pair of purple eyes in the void behind him. Purple eyes! With a low shout, the pair of purple eyes blinked. Suddenly, with Huangfu Wuji as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius completely collapsed, turning into nothingness. As for the sword lights formed by the infinite sword array, they were actually forced back by the pair of purple eyes. Haha! Zhuowen, what other moves do you have? Just use them, this is your last chance to show off. Huangfu Wuji loudly shouted. He stepped out from the countless sword lights, turning his head to look in front of Zhuowen. However, what surprised him was that there was no one there. Idiot! Do you really think that I would be stupid enough to fight with you? 10 miles away, Zhuowen was as light as a catkin, stepping through the air. When Huangfu Wuji had been trapped in the infinite sword array, Zhuowen had already turned around and fled. This Huangfu Wuji was simply too strong. If Zhuowen fought with his life on the line, the gains would not make up for the losses. You really are a coward! Huangfu Wuji angrily roared. He stepped forwards, directly chasing after Zhuowen. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had opened up too much distance between them. Huangfu Wuji's speed was also not very fast. Wanting to catch up to Zhuowen was far too difficult. In the air, Zhuowen stepped through the air. As he looked at Huangfu Wuji, who was dozens of miles away, he let out a light breath, but his heart was incomparably cold. For Huangfu Wuji to target him like this, Zhuowen was also somewhat angry in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he had some hidden cards, then he really might have been kept in the peach blossom origin diagram by Huangfu Wuji. Huangfu Wuji is right. You are simply a coward. You only know how to run. What a spineless piece of trash. In the air, the originally fleeing Zhuowen suddenly heard a clear voice in his ear. Then, a terrifying whip shadow suddenly swept out from the void in front of him. Before Zhuowen could even react, the whip had already struck his chest. Pucci! Zhuowen did not know that there was someone attacking him in front of him. Caught off guard, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, his eyes filled with shock and anger. This person had attacked him for no reason at all. This was too hateful. Turning his head with great effort, Zhuowen suddenly saw a slender and elegant figure in the air in front of him. She stood proudly, her indifferent eyes quietly staring at him. Chapter 705. Extreme Purple Slaughter Whoosh. Zhuowen suddenly flew backwards, immediately causing many of the surrounding martial artists to be surprised. When they followed Zhuowen's gaze, they all revealed looks of amazement. In the void in front of them, there was a slender and elegant figure with an arrogant expression on her face. Her beautiful eyes indifferently stared at the flying Zhuowen. "It's Grand Lily. I didn't think that Grand Lily would also make a move. This Zhuowen is really going to suffer a calamity." Everyone shook their heads. As they looked at Zhuowen, there was a trace of pity in their eyes. Grand Lily was stronger than Huangfu Wuji. A moment ago, Zhuowen had not even been Huangfu Wuji's match, much less Grand Lily. Huangfu Wuji, who was chasing from behind, also did not think that such a turn of events would occur. Originally, Zhuowen's speed was much faster than his. If Zhuowen had really fled, it would have been too difficult for him to catch up. But now, because Grand Lily had made a move, Zhuowen had no choice but to retreat. Huangfu Wuji instantly caught up to Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, it looks like you've offended many people. Even Grand Lily has made a move to stop you. Let's see where you can run now. Prepare to die for me." Huangfu Wuji meaningfully looked at Grand Lily in front of him. With a single step, he instantly arrived in the air above Zhuowen. Purple blades of air shot out from his hands. Countless blades of air danced in the air. He had actually used purple shadow slaughter once again. At this moment, Zhuowen's complexion was extremely ugly. This Grand Lily had not said a single word, but had actually attacked him. This caused Zhuowen to choke down a ball of fire. In particular, Grand Lily's arrogant attitude of looking down on him caused Zhuowen's heart to become extremely angry. This little slut, Zhuowen, had not even looked for her because of the broken engagement. Now, she had indiscriminately attacked him. Moreover, she had even put on such an arrogant expression. How could Zhuowen not be angry in his heart? Countless blades of air shot out, rumbling towards Zhuowen below. The terrifying power of these blades seemed to distort space itself. Greater limitless sword array. "Block it for me!" Zhuowen shouted loudly. Instantly, countless sword lights revolved in front of Zhuowen, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang bang bang! Countless sparks flew out as the chi blades bombarded the impenetrable wall. The strong rebounding force caused Zhuowen to involuntarily retreat dozens of steps. His complexion turned even paler. Not far away, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes flashed, but she did not attack again. Instead, she stared coldly at Zhuowen. Actually, she had arrived here long ago and had also discovered Zhuowen. Originally, she hadn't cared too much about Zhuowen. But after the battle between Zhuowen and Huangfu Wuji, the more she watched, the more surprised she became. Not only had Zhuowen grasped spear intent, but he was also a grade 4 arcana master with powerful spiritual force. This was the first time Grand Lily had seen someone with such terrifying talent in both martial arts and spiritual force. Faintly, she felt that Zhuowen was a threat. Thus, when Zhuowen had tried to escape, she had resolutely attacked him. After all, the marriage contract was still in Zhuowen's hands. If she could kill Zhuowen in the heart of darkness, then the marriage contract would no longer be valid. This was also the reason why Grand Lily had attacked. However, she had only attacked to stop him. She didn't plan on personally dealing with Zhuowen. With her status and arrogant personality, It was impossible for her to join forces with Huang Fu Wuji to deal with such an insignificant boy like Zhuowen. If she attacked, that would be overestimating Zhuowen. She believed that with Huang Fu Wuji's strength, killing Zhuowen was more than enough. Zhuowen, you cannot escape now. Today you will die. As Zhuowen retreated, Huang Fu Wuji rushed forwards once more. The purple blades of air in his hands danced in the air. Countless purple clouds gathered behind him, turning into a pair of terrifying purple eyes. Purple eyes! As soon as the pair of purple eyes appeared, a terrifying strength erupted. With Huang Fu Wuji as the center, the entire space within a radius of dozens of meters exploded and collapsed. Zhuowen was the closest and was directly struck by this strength. Gotcha! The impenetrable wall formed by the greater everlasting sword array suddenly collapsed. The terrifying strength passed through the greater everlasting sword array and smashed into Zhuowen's chest. Damn! Golden phoenix flames. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. The power of Huang Fu Wuji's purple eyes was extremely terrifying. He had already experienced it a moment ago. Even the greater everlasting sword array's weeping blood style had been broken apart. A resounding phoenix cry rang out as the phoenix symbol on Zhuowen's back lit up, spewing out boundless golden flames that circled around Zhuowen's body, forming a golden flame armor. Bang! The power of the purple eyes also arrived. As they smashed into the golden flame armor, countless golden sparks flew out. However, the golden phoenix flames were extremely tough. Even the purple eyes were unable to completely break through the golden flame armor. Dang dang dang! However, the shock waves from the collision of the two forces caused Zhuowen to fall into the ground like a meteor. He smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater that was dozens of feet deep. Zhuowen slowly stood up from the crater. At this time, he was in an extremely distressed state. His clothes were ragged and his skin was cracked in many places. Blood flowed out from his wounds as he gasped for breath. Your life is quite tough, it's already comparable to a cockroach. However, I want to see whether or not you can block this strike. Seeing that Zhuowen hadn't died, Huang Fu Wuji's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. However, this surprise was soon replaced by indifference. Today, he had to kill Zhuowen. Extreme purple slaughter. As Huang Fu Wuji spoke, the purple energy blades in his hands began to spew out endless purple gas that gathered around the purple energy blades. Suddenly, the several dozen-foot-long purple energy blades expanded to thousands of feet long, as if they were a purple mountain peak. It was earth-shattering. Huang Fu Wuji waved his hands, and two giant purple blades that were as large as mountains fell from the sky, smashing towards Zhuowen's head. What a terrifying attack! This extreme purple slaughter is one of Huang Fu Wuji's ultimate moves. Now, he actually used it to deal with Zhuowen. It seems that Huang Fu Wuji will kill this boy today. As the extreme purple slaughter appeared, everyone's complexions changed. Huang Fu Wuji's extreme purple slaughter was extremely famous. It was one of his killing moves. There were very few martial artists of the same generation that were able to block Huang Fu Wuji's killing move. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two giant purple blades that were as large as mountains were like falling meteors. They swept downwards, carrying with them an indomitable aura. Zhuowen's complexion finally changed. The pressure that this extreme purple slaughter gave him was too great. It actually gave him a faint feeling that he couldn't resist. It was too strong. It seems that I can only try to fuse the 7 colored flames. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He finally decided to use the fire fusion art and fuse together the 7 types of earth fires. However, the golden phoenix flame was a flame that he had just obtained. He wasn't sure if it would be able to fuse with the other 6 types of earth fires. I can only go all out. Seeing the falling purple blades, Zhuowen no longer hesitated. He quickly summoned the 6 types of earth fires within his body. At the same time, the mental strength within his Naiwen palace began to revolve. 6 types of earth fires again? Zhuowen's same move is completely useless against me. In front of the extreme purple slaughter, your 6 types of earth fires are just like paper, completely useless. In the air, as Huangfu Wuji looked down at Zhuowen summoning the 6 types of earth fires, the mocking smile on his face became even thicker. He still remembered that when Zhuowen had first used the 6 colored flames, it had been broken by his purple shadow slaughter. Now, this extreme purple slaughter was far more terrifying than the purple shadow slaughter. It was simply impossible for the 6 colored flames to block it. Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to the mocking Huangfu Wuji. At this moment, he was completely focused on the 6 types of earth fires in front of him, patiently controlling the 6 types of earth fires to fuse together. Whoosh! Without wasting too much time, the 6 types of earth fires were quickly fused together. 6 different colored flames burned in Zhuowen's palm, as if they were alive. What a waste of effort! Huangfu Wuji shook his head. He disapproved of Zhuowen's actions at this moment. After fusing together the 6 colored flames, Zhuowen's movements didn't stop. He squeezed his right hand, and suddenly, the golden phoenix flames on his body began to surge out. Under his control, they began to slowly fuse together with the 6 colored flames. Chi-chi-chi. There was a strange sound, and then the golden phoenix flames began to show signs of resistance. However, under the suppression of Zhuowen's mental strength, they finally obediently fused into the 6 colored flames. As soon as the golden phoenix flames fused into the 6 colored flames, the surrounding temperature suddenly soared to an appalling degree. Then, Zhuowen was stunned to discover that the 7 colored flames in his hand were constantly twisting and changing. A resounding phoenix cry sounded out once more. Then, Zhuowen discovered that the 7 colored flames that had just fused together had actually turned into a phoenix that spread its wings and flew high into the sky. 7 colored phoenix? Is it because of the golden phoenix flames? Looking at the changes in the 7 colored flames in his hand, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He suddenly thought of the golden phoenix flames. Perhaps only the golden phoenix flames could cause the 7 colored flames to undergo such a change. It seems that the golden phoenix flames are indeed extraordinary. I wonder how powerful this 7 colored phoenix is? As he spoke, Zhuowen threw his right hand upwards. The 7 colored phoenix in his hand suddenly soared into the sky. Its originally palm-sized body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it had turned into a 7 colored phoenix that was thousands of feet in size. Its huge wings spread out, wrapped in a monstrous sea of fire, and the 7 colored phoenix instantly rushed towards the 2 giant purple blades in the air. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded out. Purple light and 7 colored flames spread out all over the sky. For a moment, the entire horizon turned into a sea of fire. It looked exceptionally terrifying. The countless surrounding martial artists couldn't help but retreat again and again. They didn't think that Zhuowen would be able to use such a terrifying move. Even Grant Lily, who was standing not too far away, had a trace of surprise in her originally calm eyes. The power of this 7 colored phoenix had also surpassed her expectations. Deng deng deng! Huangfu Wuji retreated again and again, a look of fear and alarm appearing on his face. He didn't think that Zhuowen would be able to use such a powerful move like the 7 colored phoenix. Zhuowen, today you will die without a doubt. Extreme purple slaughter, 3rd blade, come forth. Huangfu Wuji gave a loud shout. Another purple energy blade condensed in his hand. This purple energy blade was much deeper in color than the other 2, and its aura was also much more terrifying. Bang! Huangfu Wuji waved his right hand and the purple energy blade expanded once more, growing to a terrifying size of nearly 10,000 feet. Chapter 706. 7 Colored Phoenix Bang! The nearly 10,000-foot-long purple blade slashed down from the void, instantly landing on the 7 colored phoenix's body and forcing it back several hundred steps. Break for me! Huangfu Wuji stepped into the air, standing on top of the purple blade. He pressed down with his right hand and the 3 purple blades split into 3 different directions, erupting with endless purple energy that bombarded the 7-colored phoenix. The 7-colored phoenix was not to be outdone. It counterattacked again and again. Unfortunately, the 3 purple blades were too powerful. Even though the 7-colored phoenix was peerlessly powerful, it was still suppressed. Below, Zhuowen looked at the suppressed 7-colored phoenix, a dignified look in his eyes. Huangfu Wuji was too strong, the disparity between them was too great. Zhuowen was simply not his match. I have to leave this place. Zhuowen knew that if he continued to tangle with Huangfu Wuji, he would undoubtedly be defeated. At that time, he might not even be able to keep his life. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was drawn to the battle in the sky, Zhuowen quietly unfurled his 3 pairs of thunder wings. With a step, he turned into a bolt of thunder and fled in another direction. Zhuowen, you coward, you're actually running away again. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji was commanding the purple blades to deal with the 7-colored phoenix. As he looked towards where Zhuowen was, he suddenly discovered that at some unknown time, Zhuowen had actually sneaked away. Huangfu Wuji couldn't help but have an ugly expression. Unfortunately, with the 7-colored phoenix in front of him, Huangfu Wuji simply couldn't escape. Only after the 7-colored phoenix was destroyed would Huangfu Wuji be able to chase after Zhuowen. Zhuowen simply didn't pay any attention to the roaring Huangfu Wuji behind him. With a single step, he flew away at an even faster speed. This action immediately caused Huangfu Wuji to be enraged, but there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! A massive whip shadow suddenly swept out from the side, smashing towards Zhuowen's waist. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even Zhuowen's complexion couldn't help but change. Grand Lily! You bitch, when did I ever provoke you? You actually tried to stop me again and again. Zhuowen roared angrily, and his 3 pairs of lightning wings suddenly shrank. At the critical moment, he dodged the huge whip shadow that came from the side. A beautiful figure slowly swept over. Grand Lily's white clothes fluttered, her expression was cold as she stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "What did you say about me just now? Do you dare to say it again? You bitch! Attacking me for no reason, is there something wrong with your brain?" At this moment, Zhuowen had a belly full of anger. Originally, he could have escaped from Huangfu Wuji's pursuit, but that bitch Grand Lily had actually attacked him in every possible way, forcing him to stay here and face Huangfu Wuji. Grand Lily's pretty face darkened and a trace of anger appeared in her beautiful eyes. This Zhuowen in front of her was really too rude. He actually dared to say such things to her. She was the proud daughter of heaven of the Grand Family, and also a monstrous genius in the top 10 rankings of the Azure Emperor decree. Wherever she went, she would receive awe and admiration. But this piece of trash that was engaged to her actually dared to say such things to her. Hand over the marriage contract and destroy your own cultivation. Then I, Grand Lily, will let you go. Remember, you only have one chance. If you miss it, you will die without a burial ground. Grand Lily quietly stood in front of Zhuowen, looking down at him from above. Her voice was cold, and her pretty face was filled with a natural expression. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that I want you as my wife? Let me tell you, I've even written the divorce papers. You can take it. Our engagement will naturally be completely broken. Zhuowen coldly snorted and took out the divorce papers that he had already written, his eyes coldly staring at Grand Lily. You reckless fool, do you think you have the qualifications to divorce me? You don't even have the qualifications to carry my shoes, and you still want to divorce me? Grand Lily was finally enraged. With a wave of her right hand, the belt around her waist immediately turned into a tough whip. Countless whip shadows swept out, heading straight for Zhuowen. Infinite Sword Array! Great Sun Nirvana! Extinction! Seeing the countless whip shadows in front of him, Zhuowen's complexion changed. This grand lily was even stronger than Zhuowen. Zhuowen could not afford to be careless. He simultaneously used the infinite sword array and great sun nirvana. Countless sword lights shot out, circling around Zhuowen's body. At the same time, countless golden lights shot out, turning into a pillar of light that soared into the sky. A crack appeared in the void, and a 10,000-meter tall golden giant stepped out on terrifying golden flames. Ever since Zhuowen's great sun nirvana had broken through to the second level, the summoned golden giant had become even more terrifying, and its form had also changed. The first level's golden giant had 1 head and 2 arms. The second level's golden giant had 2 heads and 4 arms. Its strength was far greater than the first level's golden giant. As the 2-headed, 4-armed giant descended, it waved its arms towards the countless whip shadows in front of it. Countless golden lights spread out, blocking Grand Lily's whip shadows. Everyone listen up. This Grand Lily is Zhuowen's fiancé. The Grand Family Patriarch, Grand Lily Haohai, once had a marriage agreement with our Zhuo family. After blocking the whip images, Zhuowen took a step in the air and hurriedly retreated, and then he suddenly shouted out loudly. Under the amplification of his origin energy, his voice was like surging thunder that spread out towards the surroundings. What? That Grand Lily is Zhuowen's fiancé? Isn't this too ridiculous? This Zhuowen is lying. The Grand Family is one of the 5 great families of the Imperial City. As for the so-called Zhuo family, I have never heard of it. It must be a small family. How can these 2 families be connected by marriage? Zhuowen's shout immediately stunned many of the surrounding warriors. Grand Lily was Zhuowen's fiancé. This news was too shocking, but most of them did not believe it. After all, there was no proof. Zhuowen! Shut up, shut up. Grand Lily's face changed. What she did not expect was that Zhuowen actually dared to say such news in public. Zhuowen could not be bothered with Grand Lily. Since Grand Lily did not abide by the agreement and wanted to kill him in the heart of darkness, then she could not blame Zhuowen for being unjust. You don't believe it? This is the marriage agreement signed back then. It is written in black and white. Take a look and you will know whether what I said is true or not. Zhuowen sneered and took out a scroll from his chest. He opened it abruptly, and the words on the scroll appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous gazes gathered on the marriage agreement. What was written inside was indeed the marriage alliance between Zhuowen and Grand Lily. For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding warriors became extremely strange. They also faintly understood why Grand Lily targeted Zhuowen. It was probably all because of this marriage agreement. Grand Family was a colossal force, while Zhuo family was insignificant. If the 2 families were really connected by marriage, Grand Family would definitely be treated as a laughingstock, and Grand Lily would also be treated as a joke by others. Zhuowen! You shut up for me! I must kill you today! Feeling the mocking gazes of the surrounding warriors, Grand Lily's face turned green and white. She gave a delicate cry and waved the soft whip in her hand again. Countless essence power gathered and transformed into a huge whip shadow in front of her. Rumble! The whip shadow lashed on the golden giant again. Immediately, the golden giant actually collapsed into countless golden lights under this whip and turned into nothingness. The golden giant collapsed and the whip shadow changed again. It was like a venomous snake that was on the hunt. It swept towards Zhuowen at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and the mental strength in his Naiwen palace swept out. There were hundreds of terrifying mental strength, and under Zhuowen's command, they controlled the infinite sword formation in front of him. Infinite sword formation, blood-weeping form. Zhuowen used the blood-weeping form again, and a drop of blood fell from the void. The infinite sword formation was dyed blood-red, and a mournful aura filled the air. Rumble! The whip shadows struck the greater infinite sword formation, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Following that, the greater infinite sword formation was broken, and countless sword beams shot towards Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, you're dead meat." Granny Lily was filled with murderous intent as she lashed out with her whip once again. The gigantic whip shadow in the void lashed out towards Zhuowen's body. The crushing power almost caused the surrounding space to distort. Poochie! The whip shadow smashed into Zhuowen's chest. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. It was only several hundred meters away that he was barely able to stop himself. At that moment, Zhuowen's complexion was pale, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His chest, which was shining with a golden light, was faintly caved in. His sternum actually showed signs of cracking under the whip's attack. The Grand Lily was too strong. It was much stronger than Huang Fu Wuji. Just a casual whip shadow was enough to put Zhuowen into such a difficult situation. Because he had cultivated the great sun nirvana, the strength of Zhuowen's mortal body had almost surpassed the strength of an earth-step spirit treasure. But under that whip, his sternum had actually felt as if it couldn't withstand it. Zhuowen is dead meat. Grand Lily's ranking is higher than Huang Fu Wuji's, and she is also stronger than Huang Fu Wuji. This Zhuowen won't be able to escape. The surrounding martial artists all shook their heads and sighed. This Zhuowen was actually very strong. Unfortunately, this boy had encountered Grand Lily and Huang Fu Wuji, these two monstrous geniuses. His death this time could be considered a great injustice. On the other side of the battlefield, Huang Fu Wuji was entangled with the Rainbow Phoenix. He also noticed that Zhuowen was being entangled by Grand Lily, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with the Rainbow Phoenix. No wonder Grand Lily wants to deal with this Zhuowen. It turns out that she has a marriage contract with this little bastard Zhuowen. How interesting! As he dealt with the Rainbow Phoenix, Huang Fu Wuji was also silently watching the battle between Grand Lily and Zhuowen. Grand Lily instantly arrived above Zhuowen, looking down at Zhuowen as she coldly said, "I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the marriage contract and I'll leave your corpse intact." Bitch. What this father wants to give you is not a marriage contract, but a divorce contract. Do you understand divorce contracts? Sooner or later, this father will divorce a bitch like you. Zhuowen wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, his words shocking everyone to death. As these words came out, all of the surrounding martial artists gave him a big thumbs up. This Zhuowen really had a personality. Even at death's door, he didn't beg for mercy, but instead cursed out loud. "Stubborn fool. Then go die. After you die, the marriage contract on your body will be mine." Paramount Soul. Chapter 707. Fleeing in panic, looking at the terrifying whip shadow above his head, Zhuowen's expression changed. Grand Lily did not show any mercy this time. It was obvious that she wanted to kill him. "Looks like I can only use the complete version of the boundless sword formation." Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he flicked his right finger. Rays of sword light shot out. It was actually a grade 4 origin formation, the boundless sword aura. The limitless sword astral was one of the smaller sword formations of the greater limitless sword formation. Back then, Zhuowen had already fixed the flaws of the greater limitless sword formation, allowing it to recover the power of a grade 5 origin formation. Grade 5 origin formations were too rare. If others knew that he had the complete boundless sword formation, there would probably be many arcanists coveting the origin formation in his hands. Now that Grand Lily was giving him too much pressure, Zhuowen had no choice but to use the complete version of the boundless sword formation. Otherwise, he might really die in Grand Lily's hands. Whoosh! The limitless sword astral transformed into a stream of light and instantly drilled into one of the incomplete parts of the greater limitless sword formation. Instantly, the originally somewhat dim greater limitless sword formation glowed and emitted an extremely dazzling light. Boundless sword formation's blood-weeping style. The boundless sword formation buzzed together. After recovering the grade 5 origin formation, the power of the boundless sword formation increased by thousands of times. Above the void there were actually countless cracks. Countless drops of blood sprayed out from the countless cracks. In the pitter-patter there was actually a dense rain of blood in this area. The smell of blood permeated the air. The boundless sword formation turned into countless rays of blood. It was like the surrounding rain of blood, forming a blood-colored hurricane. Boom! The huge whip shadow arrived in an instant and blasted onto the blood-colored hurricane. Following that, the whip shadow that was like a clay ox entering the sea stagnated. He blocked it? The power of Zhuowen's boundless sword formation has increased. When the whip shadow was blocked, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes narrowed and a trace of surprise appeared on her charming face. However, it won't be that easy to stop me with just this. Great Lily's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She waved her jade-like hand and the soft whip in her hand scattered out. Immediately, densely packed whip shadows appeared all over the sky. They were just like numerous agile pythons that continuously swam around. Snake summoning whip. With a delicate shout, the countless whip shadows transformed into countless pythons. With the sound of the air being torn apart, the pythons formed by the whip shadows swept towards the greater limitless sword formation below. Rumble! Countless pythons bombarded. Even the greater limitless sword formation actually found it somewhat strenuous to withstand, and actually retreated repeatedly. Zhuowen, prepare to die. Stepping on countless python phantoms, Grand Lily was like a seductive snake woman. She suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen, who was inside the greater limitless sword formation. She waved the soft whip in her hand again, and swept it towards Zhuowen's chest. Greater limitless sword formation. Keep it. Since the great limitless sword formation was unable to stop the Grand Lily, Zhuowen immediately kept it into his spirit ring and patted the demon-suppressing green coffin on his back. Bang! The demon-suppressing green coffin swept out and blocked in front of Zhuowen. At the same time, Zhuowen even opened the demon-suppressing green coffin by 1/3, and a terrifying pressure flowed out. Boom! The soft whip swept over and struck the surface of the demon-suppressing green coffin. With a clanging sound, countless sparks flew. Grand Lily squinted her eyes and realized that her soft whip was actually unable to leave a single mark on the surface of the demon-suppressing green coffin. What a tough coffin! Grand Lily's charming face revealed an astonished expression. Her soft whip was an earth-rank extreme spiritual treasure with peerless power. When it struck the surface of this strange green coffin, it was actually unable to leave a single mark. There was also the pressure that was released from the demon-suppressing green coffin, causing Grand Lily's delicate body to sink slightly. The origin energy in her body surged out and instantly neutralized the pressure. You have quite a lot of trump cards. Unfortunately, even so, you can't escape death. Grand Lily coldly snorted and waved her soft whip again, continuously striking the green coffin. Clanging sounds continuously rang out. As for Zhuowen, he hid behind the green coffin and retreated continuously. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and his face was gloomy to the extreme. Grand Lily was much stronger than him, and right now, he did not have the slightest bit of strength to fight back. If the demon-suppressing green coffin opens a little more, the pressure that flows out should be able to temporarily suppress this bitch. His eyes flickered as Zhuowen stared at the demon-suppressing green coffin. Right now, he had used all his trump cards, but he was still not a match for Grand Lily. If he still did not leave this place, he would only be defeated. Zhuowen, saying that you are a coward is still too easy for you. You are so spineless, yet you still want to marry into our grand family. You are truly delusional. Grand Lily sneered again and again. The soft whip in her hand continuously lashed out. Although the devil-suppressing green coffin was extremely hard, the aftershock of every strike would pass through the devil-suppressing green coffin and into Zhuowen's body. With Zhuowen's cultivation, it was impossible for him to withstand too many attacks, and he would probably die from heavy injuries. She, Grand Lily, wanted to use this kind of stupid method to slowly torture Zhuowen to death. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. Another whip shadow struck out, and the demon-suppressing green coffin flew out with Zhuowen once again, while Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he seemed to be able to feel the burning pain in his internal organs, and he knew that if this continued, he would definitely not be able to hold on and had to find an opportunity to escape. Demon-suppressing green coffin, open for me. In the process of retreating, Zhuowen shouted loudly, and once again slapped the lid of the demon-suppressing green coffin. The lid that was originally 1/3 open, under Zhuowen's attack, opened a little more and actually opened half of it. Rumble! An even more terrifying pressure suddenly surged out from the green coffin, and a strange bloody aura leaked out from the gap of the green coffin. Through this gap, Zhuowen could even see a pair of strange, soul-stirring, blood-red eyes from within the gloomy coffin. Zhuowen was all too familiar with this pair of bloody eyes, as they belonged to the blood demon. Brat! Let me out, and I'll help you kill all the people around you. How about that? A hoarse voice rang out in Zhuowen's heart. This was the voice of the blood demon. This blood demon's vitality was really tenacious, and after being worn by Zhuowen and absorbing energy for almost a year, it was still alive and kicking. No need. I just need to borrow your pressure to escape from this B***'TCH's pursuit. Zhuowen did not look at the pair of bloody eyes in the coffin. He was very clear that the primordial blood demon was much stronger than him, and if he directly looked at it, he might be bewitched. Brat! Let me out, and I can bestow you with supreme power to help you break through to the Emperor realm. How about that? The blood demon did not give up, and its hoarse and seductive voice still rang out in Zhuowen's heart, bewitching Zhuowen's heart. Scram! Zhuowen growled. He slapped the green coffin and slammed it into the ground. Instantly, a terrifying pressure spread out in an area of dozens of miles. The sudden spreading of the terrifying pressure caused Graham Lily, who was chasing after Su Mo, to tremble and fall to the ground, unable to walk in the air. The pressure was much stronger than before, and even she could not walk in the air. What a terrifying pressure! What's going on with that green coffin on Zhuowen, that little bastard? How can it release such a terrifying pressure? Graham Lily's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, Zhuowen's condition was extremely bad. Due to Graham Lily's attack earlier, he had suffered severe internal injuries. Now that he had forcefully opened half of the demon-suppressing green coffin, the backlash had exceeded the range that he could endure. Now, every moment was torture to him, and his entire body was in pain as if thousands of ants were gnawing on him. Let's go! Landing beside the demon-suppressing green coffin, Zhuowen carried it on his back and fled into the depths of the dense forest. Damn you, Zhuowen! Let's see where you can run to! Seeing that Zhuowen was about to escape, Graham Lily clenched her teeth, lifted her foot and chased after Zhuowen. Due to the existence of the demon-suppressing green coffin's pressure, Graham Lily could not fly in the air to chase after Su Mo. However, she was extremely powerful, and she relied on the profound origin power in her body to withstand the pressure, and she was able to move quickly on the ground. Luckily, Zhuowen was severely injured and his speed was not fast. Thus, Graham Lily was able to keep up with Zhuowen, and her speed was even slightly faster than Zhuowen's. Soon, the chasing and fleeing figures disappeared from everyone's sight. Damn! They actually ran away. Huangfu Wuji was still entangled with the rainbow phoenix. Now that he saw Graham Lily and Zhuowen disappear from his field of vision, he couldn't help but reveal an anxious expression. With a loud shout, the 3 mountain-like purple blades in the air slammed down on the 7-colored phoenix. The 7-colored phoenix let out a sorrowful cry as it was cut into 3 pieces by the 3 purple blades, turning into countless 7-colored sparks that rained down. Whoosh! As the rainbow phoenix was destroyed, Huangfu Wuji took a step forward, rushing in the direction that Zhuowen and Graham Lily had gone. For a time, the only people left in the open space were the gathered martial artists. As soon as Zhuowen, Grand Lily, and Huang Fu Wuji left, the group of martial artists tacitly separated, vigilantly staring at each other. This was the peach blossom origin diagram. As long as they were not from the same county, they were all enemies. They would not leave their backs to their enemies. Whoosh! As these martial artists were vigilant against each other, Huang Fu Wuji returned, his face gloomy to the extreme. Although Zhuowen and Graham Lily were not fast, they were not slow either. By the time he broke through the rainbow phoenix and chased after them, he had already lost track of them. Humph! Even if I don't chase after them, that Zhuowen is dead for sure. Huang Fu Wuji's eyes flashed. He knew that with Graham Lily chasing after him, Zhuowen would definitely die. This was because Graham Lily was stronger than him, and by a large margin. Although this was the case, Huang Fu Wuji was still very unhappy. In his opinion, he should have had an overwhelming advantage against Zhuowen. But even after using his ultimate move, the extreme purple annihilation, he still wasn't able to kill Zhuowen. To him, this was a great humiliation. Thinking of this, Huang Fu Wuji's eyes filled with anger. As he looked at the martial artists in front of him, he had to vent his anger. It just so happens that I'm missing some seals. Then I'll take some from you. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.